Hey everyone, welcome to my Next.js course. This course is for beginner. You will master the basics of Next.js. So what you will learn in this course, let me walk you through everything that's included. We will start with the basics, setting up your Next.js project and understanding the project structure. Next, we will learn about routing, one of the Next.js most powerful features. We will cover everything from basics routing to dynamic routing and catch-all segment so you can build flexible and dynamic pages. Now next, layouts are crucial to keep your code clean and organized. We will explore how to manage layouts, including nested layouts and using route groups to structure your project effectively. Then we will work with the essential component like the link component and explore URL objects and search params, making sure user can navigate seamlessly across your app. Now let's talk about rendering and data handling, which are the key parts of any Next.js app. We will break down the difference between CSR and SSR, and you will learn when and how to use each one to optimize your app performance. Then we will go over a data fetching strategy, both static and dynamic. I will show you how to cache data properly to make your app fast and responsive. By the end, you will know how to efficiently render pages and manage data, whether it is pre-built at build time or fetched on the fly. One of the things that set Next.js apart is a full stack capability. So in this course, we will also covering API routes and database integration. You will learn how to create powerful API route to handle CRUD operation, everything from get requests to post, put and delete methods. This will allow you to build a full stack application within Next.js. We will also integrate a Prisma, a modern ORM to manage our database. You will learn how to create Prisma model, run migration and perform CRUD operation on your database, bringing data handling into your Next.js app. Let's get started. I will show you how you can set up your computer to create a Next.js project. So first step is to visit the website nextjs.org, and when you will visit this website, you will see a page like this. Then move to the docs you see here, and after that, to install Next.js, you just need to click on installation part. And after this, you can see here, to run your Next.js project, you must need Node.js. So click on this and go to official website of Node.js, and here you will see download button to download the latest version of Node.js. So simply click on it to download the Node.js. And after downloading, you must proceed to install this Node.js on your computer. And here I'm not going to install because I have already installed Node.js on my computer. So I'm going to cancel it. After installing, you must visit this website again, and here you can see to create a new Next.js app or project, you need to type a command npx create next app at latest. So here I'm going to copy this command, and let's say I'm going to create a new project in this directory. So I'm going to open this directory into a terminal. I will type cmd. I'm on Windows. If you are Mac, you will open the directory in terminal, and here I'm going to paste the command. So here the command is npx create next app at latest and hit enter. And when you hit enter, first thing is to ask for the name of the project. So here I'm going to give a name like a next app. And then it's saying, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Would you like to use a ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use a Tailwind CSS framework? Yes. Would you like to use a src directory? No. Would you like to use the app router? This is the new routing in Next.js. Yes. Would you like to customize the default? No. And then it will take some time and installs or creates your Next.js project. Now, as you can see, the project is created successfully. Now let's move to the project directory that you have created. So project name is the next app. So type here cd next app like this. Type cd next app like this, and you are in the project directory. So I will install Visual Studio Code. So I will open this project in Visual Studio Code, and to open that, type code dot and hit enter. And as you can see here in the Explorer, this is the structure of the Next.js project. So I'm going to start with the file tailwindconfig.ts. So this is the file which allows you to define the Tailwind rules or CSS rules that you can specify here. Like you can see here, gradient, radial, something like this. And this rule you can use in your project. This is the file created for Tailwind, And next we have the file package.json. And remember, I'm not going to explain about all the file because here most of the file we will not touch. So here this package.json contains our dependencies. If we go to the website of Next.js official documentation, here you can see package.json. You can see here it contains project dependencies and scripts. So let's view it. So you can see that we have a dev dependency, like we have installed TypeScript and add type nodes, and these are the dev dependencies. And there are some dependencies which is automatically installed, which is a React and React DOM. And you know that the Next.js is based on the React, so it is necessary. And we have the script like dev for a development environment, then for build, production, then start and lint. And this is the package.json. So whenever you are going to install any of the new dependency, you can see here, you can visit here and see. And next we have the file nextconfig.mjs. So this is the Next.js configuration file. Whatever the configuration related to Next.js, you are going to define here. So you can see here next.config.js configuration file for the Next.js. Okay, now let's scroll down, and you can see here layout and page, and this is the two important files in Next.js. So you will find this file in this app directory. So most of the time we will work in this directory, in this folder, app folder. And here you can see three files: global.css, layout and page. Okay, so first open the global.css, and this file allows you to define a CSS styling. You can specify your CSS styling, and that style will be applied to each page of your project, of your website. So first I want you to remove everything from root like this. And now here whenever we need to define a CSS styling, we will define here and use that style in our website. Okay, now the next we have a layout.tsx, and this is the very important file, and this file allows you to create a UI, user interface, that you can share between different pages. Let's say that you create a navigation bar and you want to appear that navigation bar on each page. Okay, like on your home page, about page and service page, on each page. Then you are going to create that UI, that navigation user interface in the layout file layout.tsx. Okay, if you specify any name here like UI.tsx, that will not work, because this is the file naming convention of Next.js. You need to specify the file name as layout.tsx. If you're using JavaScript, you're going to use layout.ts. Okay, you can see here you can specify a file in a three extension using the three extension .js, .jsx and .tsx. I'm using here tsx because using the TypeScript, so that my extension is tsx. If I use JavaScript, then my extension will be JS or otherwise JSX. Let's see what this layout.js says. It says layout is a UI that is shared between root. So you have a different root. So for example, let's say that you have a website like something www.domain, for example domain.com, and let's say you have the page home. Okay, on the home page you want to show a navigation bar. So this is the first root. Okay, and you have a page like about, you want to also show the navigation bar on this path, on this route. Okay, so for that you are going to create layout.js, and that layout.js you are going to define the navigation bar, and that navigation bar will be shared to the different pages. Okay, so now let's go back and see we have the page file. Okay, so let's see, a page is a UI that is a unique to a root. So you need to create a unique UI for the page. For that you are going to use the page, and file naming convention is a page.tsx. Okay, so for that root you need to specify the file name page.tsx. Now let's run this Next.js project and see. Okay, so go to your command prompt or terminal, and to run your Next.js server you're gonna type npm run dev. Okay, if you remember, this is the script that we are running. If you can go here and see package.json, the dev script is going to execute it. Okay, so hit enter, and you can see your project or server is running on localhost 3000. Just go on this address, and you can see here this is the dummy page created by Next.js. Let's remove this one. So here, go here in the page, and as I told you that the UI for the unique UI that you want to create, that should be defined in the page.tsx file. Okay, this is the page.tsx file. Let's remove all of this UI. So I'm gonna remove this, and here I'm gonna type div hello like this. Okay, go back, and you see here hello, and here your layout.tsx, and if you specify something here, okay, let's say that you define here before the children. Okay, here before the children, if you say div Navbar, and you can see it appears here. Okay, this is the shared UI. Shared means if I go here, I will create a new folder, and if I call it dashboard like this, and then if you want to make it root, what I mean here means if you want to create URL like this /dashboard like this, then in your app directory, this is the root directory, and create a new folder, and within this new folder you need to create a new file page.tsx. if you not create page.tsx, then it is not going to act like this root. Okay, so let me show you. Here let's create a component, and here I will say dashboard page. Okay, if I go to this link, you can see here dashboard page. Okay, but you can see navbar is still exists. That is because this navbar, this UI is thing like this is the UI. This UI created in this layout.tsx file. Okay, that means Next.js knows that this navbar must be shared between root. So here we have created the root dashboard. Okay, so when we visit dashboard, we can see the navbar is shared with this dashboard root, this with URL. You can see. So this is the concept of a layout and page. So remember, you can create here a unique UI for this dashboard page. Okay, so for that you are going to define all of the UI for dashboard page here, like this is the dashboard page, and whatever the style design you want to define that is unique to this dashboard, you're gonna define here. So here I'm going to explain routing and route and some URL concept or terminology that you need to understand. So here you see in the URL bar, this part is called the domain part, and after the slash you specify the URL segment, like it can be a dashboard. And in Next.js, how you are going to create this path? Whenever you visit this path /dashboard, it must show a page showing a dashboard information. Or maybe you want to create a path like a setting. This setting page will show the user's setting, general set, and how you are going to create this path. And remember, after the slash, whatever the string that you see here, setting dashboard, this is called the URL segment. And before that, I want to take you to the Next.js official documentation to know about the routing. So let's begin. Let's go to docs, and here routing. So when you create a new project in a Next.js, you can visualize that project as a tree. So you can see here, this is the A folder, and if you go back here, this is the A folder which is created automatically, and this is the root of the tree. And if you go back here, this is saying that if you create another folder in this A folder, let's go and create one, and I will call it dashboard like this, and this folder is called the subtree of this ape tree. Okay, the ape is the root, and this is the subtree dashboard. And again, if it is saying if you create here analytics and setting folder, let's create that one, new folder, analytics, and then at the same level create another folder and call it setting. And these two folder is called the leaf for this dashboard. So here this ape folder contains a subtree called a dashboard, and this dashboard again contain a folder, and this folder is called the leaf of this tree. And again, this is saying that if you create again two folders in the setting, let's create a password and profile. Let's go here, create a folder, password, and then again within the setting folder, create one more, which is a profile. And this two folder is called the leaf for this setting, and here setting becomes the subtree for this dashboard. Okay, now you know how you can visualize a Next project as a tree. But remember, this app is the root and this dashboard is the subtree, and this dashboard is called the segment of this tree. Okay, and then within this dashboard we have created two folder, analytics and setting, and this analytics and setting is the segment for this dashboard. But how actually we are going to create a URL? Now let's go to Next.js website and see what it is saying. So you can see here, this is the URL path you want to build. You want to build like a /dashboard or /setting. So dashboard is called the segment, as I told you, and this setting is called also segment. And you can see after the slash, this whole thing is called the path. And before the slash is the domain. So how this domain is represented in Next.js, and this domain is represented using this app directory. So how it is representing? So first, I want to delete each and everything from this app directory and keep all of this folder as it is that we have created just now. Now let's go back, and here Next.js has a concept of app router. If you want to build the route, if you want to build the URL path like this, you need to create a folder, and in that folder you will need to create a page.tsx. And if you not understand, let me create the page.tsx file here in this root directory. Let's delete all of this directory like a dashboard, and we will create again and see. Permanently deleted. Now if you go back here, and you can see if we visit the localhost 3000 and we see this 404, the page could not be found. Now to make it accessible, this localhost 3000 root or URL path, you just need to create a new file called page.tsx in Next.js. So Next.js is saying, if you want to make accessible the root, if you want to make a URL path accessible, you need to create a page.tsx file. And let's define a component, and in this component I'm going to write hello root page. Okay, now if you go back here on the website, you can see here hello root page, and this is your domain part. And if you go here, let's scroll up, this one localhost, it can be your custom domain. And now let's build the /dashboard where dashboard information will be shown. So as I told you that in the app router you need to create a folder dashboard like this, and if you visit this dashboard, let's visit this dashboard, you can see 404. That means this dashboard or this path is not accessible, not routable. To make this routable, you need to go back, and here Next.js is saying create a file page.tsx, and this is the convention that you need to create a URL path in a Next.js. And then again, if I will go here, create a component, and if I specify here dashboard page, and then go back, visit this URL, you can see here now it is visible. So here Next.js is saying that each folder represent the root of the URL path. Okay, this is the, if I will say in another words, each folder is the URL path. Okay, and to make a unique UI for that URL path, you need to create a page.tsx file. If you not create this file, okay, let's remove this one again, and let's go back. We can see here this page is not publicly accessible or routable. It's showing 404. So to create the URL path, your folder must contain a file page.tsx, and then here you can specify your UI concept whatever the UI you want to define. But right now, for example, here I'm just writing a text dashboard. Now you want to create a nested folder or a nested path. Let's say that you will go to the Next.js website, and here you want to create a setting page that must show the setting of the user. So go here in the dashboard, create a new folder and call this folder setting. Okay, so that means you have created a URL path like a setting within a dashboard. Okay, but this setting is not now accessible, as Next.js is saying to make it accessible this setting. Okay, now let me show you. If you visit this URL path, go back here and type here /setting. Look, it is not accessible. To make it accessible, you need to create a page.tsx file. Okay, like this, and here you can create your component, and whatever the UI you want to show, you can specify here in this page.tsx. And let's write here setting and go back. You can see here setting. We are on the setting page. So this is the concept of the route in a Next.js. And one thing I want to tell you that here you see the layout.tsx file, and this layout.tsx file contains all your UI that you want to share between these folders or between this path. So suppose that you want to show a navbar. Okay, so you want to show a navbar on this setting. You want to show the navbar on dashboard page. So that means you must to create a UI that you can share between different URL path, different pages. So for that, you can use the layout.tsx file. For example, if I will go here and if I specify here some of the text, suppose this is the component devs, and I will here type navbar, and then if I go back here, you can see here navbar. And then if I will go on the page /setting, you can see this navbar appears at the setting page. And we have specified this navbar in only layout.tsx file. So this is how you can create a route in Next.js. You will learn about a dynamic routing. And here I will take a scenario where I will create, or you will create a page, a blog page, which will contain a list of blog like a blog 1, blog 2, and exactly we will create a route for this blog page to show all the blogs, and then we will create a route for each blog to view each blog. Okay, which means we will create a separate page for each blog to view the blog, or a route for each blog to view the blog. Now let's start. So first go here in the app folder and create a new folder and call it blog. To make it routable, you need to create a page.tsx file. Now this page.tsx is going to contain a component, and we will call it blog list to show all the available blogs. Now give here heading h1 like this, and write here list of blog. Now here show the link of the blog that you want to view, and write here blog 1 like this, and here we will provide the link. Now import this one link from next link. Now we have another blog which is a blog 2, and here we will provide the link for the blog 2. Let's give a break or insert a line by writing br like this, and now go in the browser. We have created a new route which is a blog, so write here blog /blog and hit enter. Now you can see we have a list of blogs, and when we click on blog 1, you must view this blog, you must be able to read this blog. But right now we have not created this route for this blog 1 and blog 2. Let's create. So what you can do here, Within this blog folder, create a new folder, call it blog1. And to make it routable, create a file page.tsx and create a component, call it blog1. And now here specify details of blog1. Similarly, create a new folder, blog2, to make it routable, to make a root, create a file page.tsx and specify RFC and call it blog2. Right here, details of blog2. Now, in the browser, we have created a blog1, blog2 under this blog root or under this folder. So right here slash and blog1 to access the blog1, and when you access, you can view the details of blog1 like this. Now if you change this to blog2, you can view the details of blog2. Now let's say that you have a third blog and you will create a new folder, blog3. Create a new file page.tsx, then specify a RFC blog3 and right here details of blog3. But here is a problem. Let's say that you have 100 of blogs, so you are going to create hundreds of a blog folder like this? I don't think so. So there is a solution in Next.js, and that solution is a dynamic routing, which means you need to create only one component, like a one folder, blog1, and you will pass each and every parameter to this page, to this folder, and it will fetch data from your database and show the details or render the details on the page. Which means you don't need to create this separate blog2, blog3 route. You can create this route dynamically. So let's go to Next.js website and see. So here you can see Next.js is saying when you want to create a dynamic route or dynamic segment, you need to wrap a folder in a square bracket. You can see here, you need to wrap the folder in a square bracket, like a folder name here, like a ID within this square, like a slug. And also remember that when you pass the parameter and when you pass the ID or any of the thing from the root, which is passed as a params prop to the layout page, to the page.tsx, to the route, and generate metadata. So which means when you specify here like a blog2 or any ID like a blog ID1, this ID is passed to this component, to this page, to this route as a params, like this, and you can access that ID or you can access that blog1 like this. And let me show you how to do that. So first I'm going to delete all this blog1 and blog2. Let's delete this one. Now after deleting, I'm going to open this page, and the Visual Studio Code side by side for your better understanding. Now let's create a dynamic segment or dynamic route. So Next.js documentation is saying you need to wrap a folder name in a square bracket. So here, this is the blog page, or this is the page which contains a list of blog. So here create a new folder and wrap this folder into a square bracket and specify any name. Let's say that I want to fetch the detail of the blog based on the blog ID. So I will write here ID like this. Now here you need to create a page.tsx like this. Create a component RFC and call blog page like this. Now Next.js is saying dynamic segment are passed as the params prop to layout, page and root. So here this is our page. This is not layout. This is the page. So whatever the parameter that we pass, let's say that we pass 1 from here as an ID, and this one is passed to this page as a params prop. So we can destruct that param props or destruct that param props like this params. And here we are using a TypeScript. If you hover here, you can see param is declared, but its value is never read. Params implicitly has any type. So we are going to define the type, what kind of parameter we are passing, what kind of parameter we are passing from the root block after the block slash. So here we are passing the integer. So here we are passing the integer. So here we need to define the params of type. So right here, which is ID of type integer, int or number. So in Next.js, you write a number. Let's make it a little smaller. So now we are capturing the parameter from the URL like this, and you can view the details here. So details of block, then specify params.id like this. So let's make this paragraph. Remove this one. Now let's go to browser and see and specify, hit enter. You can see details of block 1, and now specify another block ID like 2. You can see here details of block 2 and specify ID like block 3, details of block 3. You don't need to create a multiple folder for each block. You need to only create one special folder, and that folder must be wrapped into a square bracket. And that folder is called a special folder because that folder receives the params prop, and that params prop contains your ID that you are passing through this root like this block/3 block/5. And now you can use this data params.id to fetch details from database and render on the page. So using this same concept, you can create a nested dynamic routing. But here I want to tell one thing, that here you have specified the folder name as ID. If you specify here something else, let's see what happened, like a slug. And here specify slug like this. Now go here, write 6. Now you don't see the parameter that is passed. So here we have passed the parameter 6, but we don't receive in this component, in this folder or in this root, and that is because we have specified here the folder name as ID. So this component accepting params, this params object must contain a ID, but we have passed here slug. And if we change this folder name to, let's rename this to and change this to slug and update it. Now you can see here details of block 6. So here I want to say, whenever you are specifying the dynamic routes or dynamic segments, remember the name of the folder which you have wrapped under a square bracket. So here slug. So here you can see folder name is slug. So I'm accessing that slugs from this params props. You can see here. Otherwise you will not able to receive the parameters from your route. Now let's recap what we have done. So here you can see, here we have a root localhost 3000 block, and this root is represented by this section like this one, this block and this page in this block folder. And next we have created /6 and /id and /parameter, and this /parameter is represented by this part of the code and like a folder in a square bracket, and here we have created page.tsx. So you can nest these dynamic routes. Let me show you how to do that. Let's first erase all of this. So let's say that I want to create a dynamic route on this blog/6/1 like this. So what we can do here within this slug, we are going to create a new folder and we will call it ID like this, and create a new file page.tsx. Perform the same operations or write the same code that we have done in the previous component and call it a next blog, for example. And here we are also receiving the params. So params and type is params, and we will call it ID of type string. This time let's call it string, and here we will show details of the next block, here params dot ID like this. Now you can see here after 6/ specify the parameter value 4, and now you can see the page details of next block 4. Specify here parameter 10 and hit enter. You can see details of next block 10. This is how you can create a dynamic nested routing in Next.js. I hope that you understand how to build a dynamic routing in Next.js, and also you learn what are the params and why it is used and how to access whenever the value is passed from URL to the component, how to access that value using this params and how to render that value on the page. Like here you can see details of next block 10. I'm going to explain catch all segment in Next.js. Now, if you are not familiar with the term segment, let me explain it for you. Let's go to Next.js documentation, and here you can look at this picture, and this picture is saying whenever you create a new folder in a Next.js, that new folder is called a segment, and this is the first folder, so it is called the root segment. And when you again create another folder within this folder, that is called segment. And when you again create another folder in this folder, or you nest another folder, that is called leaf segment. The last folder in the folder is called leaf segment, and the first folder in the directory is called the root segment. So you can call all of this like a app we have created here. You can see here we have created here. You can call app, blog, slug, and dashboard setting as a route segment. You can see here Next.js is saying. So it is saying each folder represents a route segment that maps to a URL segment. So when you create a dashboard folder like this, it is a map to the URL segment, which is a /dashboard. And when you again create another folder like a setting, that setting is again mapped to a URL segment /setting. Now, if you remember from the previous video, we have created a dynamic segment like this one, slag and ID, where we receive the parameter from the URL path. So let me show you. Let's go to the URL, and here you can see we have created here a blog page. Let's first go to the blog page, and now we are on the blog page. Now we pass the parameter or the value from this URL, and we want to receive this parameter, this value, into our component. So here we created a page within this slug dynamic route or dynamic segment, and we are receiving the parameter value through this params prompts, which is passed to the every page in the Next.js. And we are extracting the slug parameter, which contains the value that we pass here, and we are printing on the page. So let's hit enter, and now you can see we have passed the parameter or the value 5, and we receive that value or parameter in our component. But here you can pass only one parameter. What happened? You wanna pass a multiple parameter like a 6, then again you want to pass like 8, or you want to pass something like a string. You want to receive all of these parameter into the single page or using the single route segment. So how you are going to do that? You can do that by using the concept of a catch all segment in a Next.js. You can see here. So let's see what Next.js is saying. Next.js is saying dynamic segment can be extended to catch all subsequent segments. So here we have created a dynamic segment. In this URL we can see segment. We can catch all these subsequent segment by putting or adding ellipses inside the brackets. You can see here. So this is your segment name, and this is the 3 dot inside this bracket. So let's do that. Now here we have created slugs. Then I'm going to take this example like a SOP example. Let's go here in this app directory. I'm going to create a new folder or new route segment called SOP, and let's create a new page.tsx to make it routable or publicly accessible. Now create a component RFC, name it SOP. Now right here, do the sopping, something like this, and let's go to this page, type here SOP and hit enter, and we get the error. So we made a mistake. Let's fix this name. It should be page, not page T. And now you can see here this page, this route segment is accessible, and it's showing to the shopping that we have here written. Now let's create a dynamic segment, new folder, and you know that to create a dynamic segment, specify a brackets, and within brackets you need to specify the name of the segment. So here I'm going to give a name as a slug, for example, and then create a new file page.tsx, create a component, and give any name like a SOP area, something like this. Now to receive parameter value, we need to specify the types first, params, and specify params. Then it is a slug of type string. Here specify a colon like this. Now right here all the segment, then right here params dot slug like this. Now let's go to the URL and specify, provide the value or parameter. So here I'm going to provide a value as a clothes and hit enter. Now you can see all the segment clothes. Now let's say that you want to select the option, you want to provide the parameter value as a top. You can see here in the example like a tops and t-shirt. You want to also receive both of this parameter value. So if you pass here tops and hit enter, and you can see this page 404. So next is saying to catch these parameters value, you need to put the ellipses inside the bracket. So let's rename it, and before the slug name specify 3.123 and save it. Update it. Now let's go to the URL bar, and this time we have specified clothes, then tops. Hit enter. Now you can see we receive the URL path or the URL parameter value clothes and tops. Now if you want to receive the single parameter value, so you can specify here 0, which represent the first value clothes, and if you specify params dot slug 1, which represent the second parameter value that we have passed here. Now you can see here, you can specify any number of parameter value that you want to receive in this component. So let's remove this param slugs thing and make it only params.slug. Let's make it bigger so that you can understand it properly. And here, if you go to the website, next parameter value or next segment is a tsert. Now specify here tserts and hit enter. Now you can see here we have received the parameter value tserts. Then again specify here size. Now you can see here we receive the parameter value size, and let's specify size as a XL. Now we receive that value XL. So this is the concept of a catch-all segment in a Next.js, because we are catching all the segments like a clothes, tops, t-shirts, using the concept of a dynamic routes where we have used the 3 ellipses before the name of the folder inside the square bracket. So this is all about a catch-all segment in Next.js. I hope that you understand how to use it, how to apply it. So one thing I want to show here, that whenever you pass this parameter or this value or this segment, you receive this segment as params, as array. Let me show you. So let's expand this one, and here I'm going to remove the types, and I'm going to directly here grab the params, and I will print console.log. I will call it params.slug like this. Now let's go to the website and hit enter. Now come to the console. We got the error. Let's fix it. Yeah. Now you can see that we have the slug parameter which contains the array of the values, and this array of value is the each URL segment that we have passed from here. You can see. So if it is array, then you can access each value using the index that I have shown. So let's go back, and here if you specify like a 5, like a 4, and you can access the last value, the 4th segment value, which is the XL. So I hope that you understand how to apply the catch-all segment concept in Next.js. In this video tutorial, we will learn about not found page in Next.js, or we will learn how to handle not found page in Next.js. So for example, here we have defined a route segment which is publicly accessible. For example, if we go here and specify the URL path /blog, you will be able to view or visit this route segment because we have defined here. You can see. Now what happens if we visit the undefined route segment or visit the unmatched URL? Let's see, we visit this product URL which is not defined in our application. You can see here. So let's hit enter. As you can see, when we visit the unmatched URL, we get this page 404. This page could not be found. So to handle this kind of a not found page or error, you can customize or give your own UI concept in a Next.js. For that, let's go to Next.js documentation and see what they are saying. So here you can see the not found file is used to render a UI when a not found function is thrown within the route segment. So when we visited this URL and this route segment is not defined in our application. So for that, we can create a new file not found in a Next.js to show our own UI. So it is saying at the app level, we need to create a file not found.tsx, And this is the Next.js convention that we need to follow to handle the not found errors. Now let's see how to do that. This is the app label. So here I will create a new file, and the file name should be not found .tsx or jsx or js. And in this file we need to define a not found function. So right here, export default function not found, and then specify your custom UI that you want to show for the not found page. So here I'm going to specify, I will give h1 not found, then I'm going to write some paragraph, requested page does not exist, like this. Okay, let's write it, does not exist. Now if you go back, here you can see the page not found, request page does not exist, and this page and this UI is defined using this not found tsx file in a Next.js, and this file is defined for any Next.js not found error. So if you visit any unmatched URL like a article something, it is going to show the same not found UI that we have defined here. So this is how you can handle the not found error at the app level directory. But you can also handle the not found error at a folder level or at a specific route segment. As you can see here, it is saying not found file is used to render UI when the not found function is thrown within a route segment along with servicing a custom UI. So let's see how to do that at the route segment or at the folder label. Now let's create a new route segment, product, and to make it publicly accessible we need to create a page.tsx file, create a component, product. Here write product or write a list of product, like this. Now let's visit this route segment or URL product. Let's say that you want to view a specific product. So from here we will pass the product ID like a 234 to view the product. So for that we need to create a dynamic segment. So as you know, to create dynamic segment you need to specify a square bracket, and within a square bracket you need to provide the folder name or the segment name, which is a product ID in this case. Now to make it accessible, create a page.tsx file, define a component and name it product ID like this. Now from here we will pass the parameter or value. So we need to grab that value in this component. So for that, by default it provides a params props. So right here params, and then we need to also define what kind of parameter value we are passing. So here it is a product ID of type string. Specify the colon. Now here we will print the product ID. So the product ID is, then write here params dot product ID. Now let's pass the product ID like a 5. Now you can see we have successfully received the value from the URL in our component. Now let's say that if any user try to find the product ID greater than 10, then it must show not found page. So for that, here we can specify the statement if parse int params dot product ID is greater than 10, then it must return not found error. And we are importing this not found function from the next navigation. So this function returns the not found error. Let's go to the website, and from here we will pass the product ID 11. As you can see, it shows the not found UI which we have defined in this not found tsx file. But we wanna show a specific UI for this product route segment. So for that, here we'll create a new file in this product route segment, and the file name should be notfound.tsx. Then export default function and name it not found. After that, here return, then specify here h1 and give a title product is not found, and give here paragraph p, the requested product does not exist. Let's remove this line. Now let's go to the web page, and you can see it is showing the custom UI for the not found page that we have defined here in the notfound.tsx file at the route segment level or at the folder level. And it is not showing the UI from the not found file which is defined at the app level folder here. So let's give another ID like A45, and it is working well. Now let's remove this product segment and specify any unmatched URL and see which not found file is get executed for the not found error. Now here specify 5, and you can see here at the app level, when you specify the unmatched URL, the app level not found file is executed, which contains the custom UI we have defined in this not found file. Here you can see. So for a route segment or a folder level, we can define a specific not found.tsx file to handle the custom UI for the 404 not found page. So I hope that you understand how to handle not found error in a Next.js, how we can use our own UI, render our own UI for a specific route segment whenever the not found error occurs. Whenever the not found function throw error in any of the route segment or at the app level also. We will learn about file colocation in Next.js. So what is the term colocation means? So colocation refers to the process of organizing all the files and the logic together within the same route segment. Now, if you have watched my previous video, you remember that we created this product folder with a special file page.tsx, and which contains some of the content that we want to show on the web page. And this product is a route segment, and it is publicly accessible because we have created this special file page.tsx. If you remove this page.tsx file, this product route segment will not be accessible. So that means if I go in my browser, and here you can see I have specified the path /product, and when I hit enter, I'm able to access the content which is defined in this page.tsx file of this product route segment you can see here. So let's go to Next.js website. So here you can see Next.js is saying even though route structure is defined through the folders, a route is not publicly accessible until a page or route.js file is added to the route segment. And that is so true because when we remove this page.tsx file, we will not able to access the /product path or /product URL segment. For example, let's remove this. I'm going to delete this file, and now you can see here when I go to this URL segment, you can see it is showing not found, requested page does not exist. Now next, let's see what Next.js is saying. Now again, it is saying even when a route is made publicly accessible, only the content written by the page.js, route.js or page route.tsx is sent to the client, and which is so true because here you can see when we delete the page.tsx file, we are not able to access this URL segment. But as soon as we add the file page.tsx, and in this page.tsx file, if we add the content, now you can see it is visible at the client side or in the browser. So that means that project files can be safely co-located inside the route segment in the app directory without accidentally being routable, which means you can add your related files within this route segment without accidentally being routable. Which means let's say that you want to add the component product detail to view the product detail of the specified product ID. For example, you can create a new file and you can name it product details.tsx. And when you access this URL, like a /product, it is only showing the content defined within this page.tsx file, not the content defined within the product details or not found.tsx or use product.ts. So you can co-locate your related files within that route segment, as you can see here. Similarly, here you have a dashboard route segment. Let's go to the dashboard. And now you can see here, these contains catch all segment are shown because it is defined within the special file called page.tsx. Here you can see. Now you can create another file or co-locate another file related to dashboard, like a navbar.tsx, which will contains the code or logic for navbar, which will be shown on the page. And as you can see, when we access /dashboard, this navbar is not accessible. Only when we define this navbar within this page.tsx file, the navbar content will be accessible on this page. So this is all about co-location in Next.js. So overall, Next.js is saying you can not only make this folder routable, but if you need to keep the related files or logic of this folder, you can keep it here. And that is the concept of a file co-location in Next.js. I hope that you understand file co-location in Next.js. We will learn about the private folders, and this is the one of the feature of the Next.js which allows us to organize our project. So let's go to the Next.js documentation and see what are the private folders. Now, as you can see, Next.js is saying Next.js provides several features to help you organize your project, and one of the feature is the private folders. And you can create a private folder by prefixing a folder with an underscore. You can see here, to create a private folder, you need to prefix the folder name with an underscore and then specify the folder name. And this folder name will be a private folder in Next.js. Now, why to create a private folders? So here it is saying that this indicates the folder is a private implementation detail and should not be considered by the routing system, and thereby opting the folders, all its subfolders out of a routing. So in Next.js, you can create a private folder to store non-route related files and component. These folders are excluded from the routing process, ensuring they don't become accessible URLs in your application or ensuring they are not accessible in your browser through the URL. But private folders in Next.js is ideal for storing information that's not directly related to the user interface or routing of your application. Now let's create a private folder. So here you can see we have the app directory in our Next.js application, and let's create a new folder and we will call it utils, and this folder will store a reusable utility function used through your application, and this could include a function for data manipulation, formatting or validation. But right now this folder is not a private. To make it private, we need to add the underscore before the name of the folder. So here let's add it. Now this folder is private and this folder is not accessible in browser, or here we can store our non-route related files and component. So let's create a component or a file named validate email.tsx, and here we can store our logic to validate the email. Now this folder is not accessible in the URL. This folder is private because we prefix underscore with this folder name. Now if we go in the browser and try to access this URL, try to access this route segment or this private folder, we will not be able to access. So here slash and then specify the name of the private folder, which is underscore utils, and when we hit enter, we see the page not found, requested page does not exist, and that is because here the utils folder is private. Now if you remember from previous video, when we create a page.txt file in any of the folder, then that folder become routable and we will be able to access that folder in our browser through the URL. Let's create that page file in this private folder and see whether we will able to access or not. So let's create page.tsx and here specify the name of the component, and then right here this is the private folders. Now let's go to browser and again try to access this URL path /_utils, and this is the private folder. We have created the page.tsx file to make it routable, and let's see whether it is routable or not. When we hit enter, it is still not routable. We are not able to access publicly. That is because we have defined the utils folder as a private folder. So as you can see, when we create a page.tsx file and try to access this private folder using the URL, we are not able to access. And this is the private folder which allows you to store the component or the non-route related files that you don't want to access through the URLs in your application. Now let's move and see what are the benefits of the private folder. So let's go to Next.js documentation and scroll down, and here you can see this is the first benefit. So here, keeping UI logic separate from application logic, this is the first benefit. Now the second benefit is it helps in structuring your project for better maintainability, and third is many code editor allows grouping file based on the folder names, making it easier to navigate private files. Now last one is the conflict avoidance, where it prevents potential naming conflict with the future Next.js file convention. Additionally, while private folders are not strictly required for co-location in the app directory, but they offer a clear distinction and improve organization. In this section, we will learn about the route groups in Next.js. So, what is a route groups in Next.js? Route groups is a way to organize all your related routes within the same logical group, which means if you have a related route, let's say that you have a route related to user like a login, register, and you have a profile route. So if your file is scattered throughout your project, and if your file is not at one place, then you can put this file into a logical group called user in a Next.js. And this is the concept of route. So we need to know how to create this logical group in Next.js to keep all the related files in the groups. So let's see what Next.js documentation is saying about the route group. Next.js is saying in the app directory, nested folders are normally mapped to the URL path, and that you have learned in the previous video. When we created this route segment or the nested folders, these nested folders are accessible in the browser using the URL path because of the special file page.tsx. But here you can mark a folder as a route group to prevent the folder from being included in the route's URL path. And that means you can create a route group without the page.tsx file or with the page.tsx file, but that route group will not be included in the URL path. That route group will not be accessible using the URL path in the browser. Through this, it allows you to organize route segment and project files into the logical groups without affecting the URL path structure. So, route groups are useful for organizing routes into groups like a site section, intent, and team. So that means you can organize all the related routes based on their functionality. For example, you can create authentication logical group and you can include all the authentication related to user in that group. So let's see how to do that. So Next.js is saying to create a route group, you need to wrap the folder's name in the parentheses. You can see here. So now suppose you want to create a route group named a user. So you will create a folder user and then you will wrap that folder with parentheses, and this folder will become the route group. And let's see practically how to do that. Now let's see with an example, and here we will take a scenario where we'll create a 3 route segment login profile orders. So let's create that new folder and name it login. And in this route segment, create a new file page.tsx to make it routable. Then create a component and print a simple message on the browser. This is the login page. Create another route segment and name it profile. Create a file page.tsx and then create a component to show the text or a simple message on the screen. This is the user profile page. Now create one more route segment named orders. Create a file page.tsx, create a component and simply show the message. This is the user order page. Now let's visit each of the route segment. So first let's go to the login page or login route segment. So type here login and hit enter. Now you can see we can successfully access the login page. Now access the profile page, then access the orders page. Now we can successfully access the tree of the route segment, and here as you can see the login, orders and profile are scattered throughout the project directory, or they are not at the one place. So we can create a logical route group and we can keep these three route file into that group. And here let's create a route group, and as you know, to create a route group you need to wrap the folder name within the parentheses, and here I'm going to give a route name as a user route. Now let's move login, orders and profile into the logical route group users. Also move the profile. Now when we go into the URL bar and specify /user and hit enter, as you can see this route group is not affected by the URL path or by the route segment. So that means we can access it as we are accessing before. Like here, to access the login page we just need to simply write or give the URL path at a /login and hit enter. We are on the login page and let's visit the profile page. So type here /profile and also visit the orders page. Now we are on the order page. So here you can see we have organized route segment within a logical route group user, and as you can see these files are a related file to the user. So there are some benefits of route grouping in Next.js. First, it improved the organization, which means it group routes based on the functionality. Like here we have created the section user which contains all the route segment related to the user. For cleaner project structure we need to organize our route segment according to the functionality. Second benefit is that it enhances the code readability. So now here you can see this is the user route group, which means it will contain all the route segment related to the user like a login, orders, profile. Additionally, it also makes better code maintainability. So you can easily manage or maintain the code. So in one word, route group offer a mechanism to organize application routes within the app directory without affecting the URL structure. This means you can group related routes together for better code maintainability and readability, even they share a common path prefix. In this section, we will learn about layout in Next.js. So what is a layout? According to Next.js, layout is a shared UI between multiple pages. Now let's understand what shared UI multiple pages means. Now suppose you have a UI structure, or let's say this is the layout, and in this layout you have defined header and footer, and now you want to show these header and footer between multiple pages. Here multiple pages means a different route segment that we have created, if you remember from previous video, like /blog, /dashboard, /product, /shop, and this route segment contains a special file called page.tsx. So that means you want to share this header footer with a different page.tsx file of the route segment. So how you can do that in a Next.js? Next.js is saying to define a UI structure that you can share between a different route segment or pages, you need to follow a file convention, and where you will create a special file called layout.tsx. Now in this layout.tsx, you will define your UI structure. Like here you will define your header, here you will define your footer, and this defined header and footer will be shared between the multiple pages. But how it is shared? So Next is saying to share this UI component with these multiple pages, you need to pass the special props to this layout, and that special prop is children props. So you will pass the children props to this layout.tsx, and these children props act as a place holder. So whenever you visit the specific pages like a /shop, then the content of this route segment or content defined this page.tsx file of this route segment is rendered within this layout.tsx file or inserted within this layout.tsx file using the children props. Now let's see practically how to do that. Whenever you create a new Next.js application, the layout.tsx file that you see here in this app directory is created automatically, and as you can see, this contains a root layout, and this is the topmost layout in a Next.js, which is shared with a different pages in a Next.js. So as I told you that a layout accepts a props children to render the pages content that you can see here. This file is automatically created. If you delete this file will be again created by Next.js. So I have deleted this file. Now I will go in the browser, and in the browser, if I refresh this URL localhost 3000 and come back, you can see this file again created. Now let's understand the content of this file. So for that, I'm going to open the browser, and where we will inspect the elements. So let's inspect. Now you can see here we have defined the HTML tag, and which you can see here in this browser like HTML tags, and language is English. Then we have defined the body, and here you can see the body, and within body we have the content layout that you can see, and this layout content is from the page.tsx file that we have defined in the app directory. Here you can see, so this is the app directory and this is the page.tsx file, and here you can see this div or this element, or you can say this tag, is inserted within the layout.tsx file through this children props. So this children prop is a placeholder for the content or the UI that you have defined within this page.tsx file. So which means you can share the UI which you define within the layout with this page.tsx file. For example, let's say that I want to show the header. So as you can see, let's close this one. As you can see, this page, this root page, contains only a text layout, but I want to show the text, header and footer. But now I want to show you a different route segment. So let's go to the route segment /blog. Here type /blog. Now we are on the /blog route segment. Now let's visit the dashboard page. Now we are on the dashboard page. What we want to do here, we want to show the header and footer on this route segment like /blog, /dashboard, or also on the main pages or root pages here. So what we will do here, we will go to the layout.tsx file, and here within the body tag specify a h1 to show header and again h1 to show footer. So instead of this header and footer, you can specify your real component that represent header and footer. And this is just for example. And as soon as we insert within layout.tsx file a header and footer, now you can see on the page.tsx file of the root header and footer. And this header and footer is not only shared with this page file, it is shared with all of the route segment. For example, let's go to the /blog and you can see header and footer. Also, let's visit the route segment or pages dashboard. You can see the same UI or the same HTML element shared with all of these route segment. So this is the concept of a layout in a Next.js. So overall, whenever you have a component like a Navbar sidebar that you want to share across different pages, you can do that by creating a special file layout.tsx file, and to that layout.tsx file you need to pass the special props, children props, which act as a placeholder for the different pages. So what it does, it insert the content of that pages in this layout or UI structure. So this is all about layout.tsx file or layout in a Next.js. In previous video, you learned how to create a layout file which contains the UI like a header and footer. Then share this UI with a different route segment like a /shop and dashboard. And that layout is the root layout, this one in your app directory. This is the topmost level layout. Now next is saying you can create route segment specific layout, or you can create a separate layout for each of the route segment. Let's see how to do that. For example, here we will create a layout which will contain the product filter UI within the product route segment. So first let's visit the route segment. So let's open the browser, and here in the browser visit the URL /product and hit enter. Now here you can see header and footer is from the main layout, which is here layout.tsx. And let's say that we want to show the UI here like a product filter above the list of the product. Here we want to show the product filter UI using the layout file or layout concept in Next.js. So what we'll do here, within this product route segment, create a new file and name it layout.tsx. Then create a component and name it product filter. We need to pass the children props. So right here children, and also specify its type because we are using TypeScript. So type is React node. Now specify the children, and as you know, this children is a placeholder for the page that defined here. So whatever the content that you have written here, inserted within the layout using the children props. Now let's again visit the page /product, and we see nothing here. But as soon as we add the product filter, name it product filter, just think like it is a product filter. And when we go back to the URL/product, you can see the product filter UI here. So you can not only apply or share the UI at a root level, but you can also share the UI at a route segment level or at a folder level in Next.js. Similarly, here we have the route segment /blog. Let's visit the /blog. And let's say that we want to add the blog search bar UI to this route segment. So for this, here we will create a new file layout.tsx, and within this file we will add the search bar for the blog search bar. This is just for example. Now it accepts the children props and its type is react.react node. Now here we'll insert the content from the page.tsx file of the blog, and above this we want to keep the search bar. So here search bar. Now let's go back to the URL/blog, and now you can see here search bar UI. Similarly, you can create a layout for the dashboard. You can create a layout for the shop, which means you can have a separate layout for each of the route segment in Next.js. So I hope that you understand how to use the layout at a route segment level in Next.js. In this section, we'll learn about route group layout in Next.js. So in one of the previous video, we learned that to create a route group, like here we have created, we need to wrap the folder within the parentheses, and this route group is not affected by the route system. That means you cannot access it using the URL path. And also in some video we learn how to create a layout to share the UI with a multiple pages. So here we will see how to create a layout for the route groups. Now let's see with an example. So here you can see we have created route group user, which contains the related route segment, related logics like a login, order, profile, and setting. And here we have created a layout.tsx file for the specific route segment block, and then also we created a layout.tsx file for the product route segment. So here I want to say that you can create a layout for a specific route group. So as you can see, here we have a setting route group which contains a two route segment, general and security. So here we will create a layout which will be applied only to this setting route group, not the user route group, like in the login, orders, and profile. So let's create a new file and name it layout.tsx. Now create a component and name it setting layout. And as you know, we need to receive a props children which renders the content of the page in that route segment. Also specify the type of the children. So we are using TypeScript. Then specify the type as a react.react node. Now within the div we will render the child, and then let's go to the page /general and security. Now I have opened the browser and let's go to the route segment general, and we are on the general page. Now let's also visit the route segment security. We are on the security. So this is the route group setting. And now let's visit the route group login, orders, profile within this route group user. So open the browser. Let's visit the route segment login. This is the login page. and profile. This is the profile page. I have shown this route segment because I want to show that how layout are applied at a route group level. So this is setting where we created layout.tsx file. Now here we will specify the text like this is the setting page. Remember, whatever that we define within this layout.tsx file will only be applied on this route group setting. It will not apply to the route group user like in the login, route, orders and profile. So let's visit the route group, route segment, general. As you can see, we have defined this is the setting page in the layout.tsx of the route group setting, and that is applied here. You can see on the route segment / general or to the route segment within this setting. Now let's visit the route segment security, and also you can see here it is applied. Now let's visit login and see if it is applied or not. So let's visit the login and hit enter. Now as you can see on the login page, whatever the header that we defined within the layout.tsx in the setting route group is not applied on the login, and also it is not applied on the orders, as you can see here. So overall, you can specify a layout containing a UI that you can share across a route segment within a specific route group. So I hope that you understand how to apply a layout at a route group level. In this section, we will learn about linking and navigation. Here I will show you how to navigate between different pages using the link. And before this, we were using the URL path like a /product to navigate between the pages. Now in real life, we will build application where we will provide a link, and whenever user click on this link must take to the user to a different pages. These different pages is the route segment like a shop, like a /product, and that we have created in our Next.js application. So we will learn how to build this link. In Next.js, there are two ways to create this link. In the first method, you can use the anchor tag of the HTML, and in second method, we can use the link component provided by the Next.js. And we will see the difference between the anchor tag and the link component. Now let's see practically. Now here, create a link. So for that, use the anchor tag, and here we are going to visit the route segment blog that you see here. So specify the link title as a blog, and then use the href to specify the path of the page or the route segment of that page, which is a /blog in this case. Now let's go back to the browser and visit the home page where we have created the link, and you can see this is the link created using the anchor tag. Now let's visit this link. When you click on that link, it takes you to the /blog route segment or /blog page. But here is a problem, and problem is whenever you click on this link created by anchor tag, it completely reloads the page. Let me show you. So open the dev tool, go to the network tab and visit the dashboard page. Clean all of this. Now visit the blog page, click on that, and as you can see, all of this bunch of JS file is loaded, and you can see here request is made to the server. Now let's go back. Now again click on the blog, and you can see again all of this file is requested or loaded. So in real life, we don't want this. For example, suppose we have the web page. And this web page contains a component like a Navbar. sidebar, and footer. And whenever you visit any of the link, let's say this is link, whenever you visit this link, it should not load all of this navbar, sidebar, and the footer again and again, or whenever you visit to the different route segment, it should load only the required part of the page, only requested part of the page. So what is the solution? Solution is using the link component of the Next.js. So this link component allows a client-side navigation and prefetching. So what does prefetch means? Prefetch means here the link component loads the required page in advance. So whenever you click on the link, it just shows you the page. It just takes you to the page. It does not load that page at that time because it already loads that page in your Next.js application. Now let's see the working of the link component practically. Go back to code editor and remove this anchor tag. Specify the link component. So just write here link, and this link component is coming from the module next/link. Import it, and you can see here this is the module next/link, and this is the component link. It is similar to the anchor tag, so everything is same like href and the link title. Now let's go back to the browser and visit the home page, and this is the home page. And let's click on this link created using the link component, and as soon as you click, you can see only the required resources are downloaded to visit this route segment. So in case of an anchor tag, when you click on the link, it reloads all these bunch of Java files like a webpack.js, main.app.js, app.pages, internal.js. But in case of it only loads the required resources for the blog page or for the blog route segment, which is a blog, or you can see here page.js. Now let's go back again and visit the again blog page, and you can see here there is only one request made. You can see here. So this is the difference between anchor tag and the link component is Next.js. Link component is preferred over the anchor tag because it is faster and allows a smoother experience to the user. So similarly, let's go back and create one more link. Specify the break and create a link. And let's say that we want to visit the route segment or page/product that we have created here. So specify the link title product and specify the path, which is /product. Go back to the browser and visit the home page. Click on this product link, and you can see only the required resources are downloaded to show this product page or to show this route segment or to visit this route segment. So I hope that you understand why to use a link component in Next.js and what is the difference between anchor tag and link component. In this section, we will learn about search params in Next.js. What is a search params? Search param is a props in Next.js which allows us to extract a query string specified within the URL, and this query string is extracted or received within the page.tsx file of the server component. So what is the query string? Now suppose we have the URL localhost 3000 and we are on the page/blog or a route segment/blog. Now when we visit this URL, it shows us the list of the blog like a blog 1 and blog 2. Now suppose we want to list the blog based on the category. So for that, we will need to pass the query string parameter to the page.tsx file where we will perform some operation to extract only the blog related to the specified query parameter. Now how to build this query parameter? To build this query parameter, you will need to first specify the question mark and then specify the parameter, and each parameter is consist of a key value. So where key will be category and the value will be the value that we are passing. So suppose here we want to list the block based on the category JavaScript. So specify value as a JavaScript. Now, when you execute this URL with the query string, this whole thing is called the query string, and this part is called the parameter, where each parameter consists of key and value. When you visit or execute this URL path in your Next.js page.tsx file, you receive the search params as an object, like a category as a key and JavaScript as a value. And then you can use this key value or search params in your page.tsx file to interact with the database and retrieve all of the block related with the specified category. Now let's see with an example how to do this. This is our Next.js application where we have created a route segment or a page / blog. Let's visit this page / blog, and here you can see list of the block. But we want to categorize this list of block based on the category JavaScript. So we will need to pass the query parameter from this URL. For that, specify the question mark, then category, then equal sign, and after that value as a JavaScript. Now come back to page.tsx file of the /blog. We need to receive that search params. So grab the search param right here, search params, and we are using a TypeScript. So we need to specify the type of the parameter we are receiving. So search params, and the key is a category and the value type is string, like this. And here let's access the query parameter. So here we want to show the category based block. So right here, list of block related to the specified category or requested category. So search param dot category, and let's go back in the browser. Here hit enter. Now you can see we received the query parameter category JavaScript, and you can change this category to different value, like here specify Node.js. Now list of block related to Node.js. Then again you can change this complete key value pair. You can specify here sort by, then equal to ascending order, and go back to the search params. Here change this key to sort by, and now access here, specify here list of block sorted in, then here specify search param dot sort by. So remove this one, and now go back in the browser. So it should be a small letter. Now go back in the browser and hit enter. You can see list of blocks sorted in ascending order. Let's say that you want to pass the multiple parameter to this query string. For example, first you want to sort the list of blocks in ascending order, and then you want to categorize the list of blocks based on the specified category, like a JavaScript or Node. So to specify a multiple query parameter or multiple parameter, you need to specify the ampersand and then specify the parameter. So here parameter specify category and value as a JavaScript, like this. So you can provide a multiple parameter to this query string using the ampersand. Now let's go back to the page.tsx file of the /blog, and here specify the second parameter, which is a category of type string. Now here you can access that list of block related to the search param dot category sorted in ascending order. Now let's go back to the browser, and here hit enter. Now you can see list of a block related to the JavaScript sorted in ascending order, and as you can see, these two values, JavaScript and ascending, is coming from the query parameter. So this is how you can access the query string in your page.tsx file in a Next.js. In this section, we will learn about link component URL object in Next.js. If you remember from the previous video, we are grabbing the query string parameter using the searchParams in the page.tsx file of the blog segment. Here we go in the browser and specify here the route segment blog with a query parameter category is equal to JavaScript, and when we enter, we receive the specified category with a value within this page.tsx file, and then we access that category value using the searchParams.category, and we access that value like here list of block is related to JavaScript, and this value is coming from query parameter. Now in real life, user is not going to specify here like a question mark category equal to JavaScript. User will have the link, and as soon as user will click on that link, it must take to the page containing the list of block categorized by the specified category like JavaScript. So how we can achieve that in Next.js? And you can achieve that in Next.js using this link component. So here we will take a scenario where we will build the link, and within that link we will specify the query string parameter, or we also call that a URL object. Now let's go to the page. Here we will build the link. So let's import the link component from the next/link in Next.js, and then specify the title of the link. So in this case, title is a blog. Now specify href, then we can pass the URL object to this href, and this URL object contains two things. First is the path name, and this path name is the exact URL path or exact route segment that you want to visit. So here it is a blog, and it accepts the second parameter, which is the query, which is the URL object, or you can also say query string parameter, and specify the object. So as you know, in query parameter string, we specify parameter as a key and value. So key here is a category and value is a JavaScript. Now this URL object is similar to the query string parameter that we are specifying in this URL path. So let's remove this one and go to the home page. Now here, this is the link that we have created using the link component here. Now let's click on this, and as soon as we click on this, we see the JavaScript value. So we receive that JavaScript value in our /blog page component. Now if you're not sure, let's print it on the console.log, then searchParams.category. Now let's go in the browser and look at this terminal. So let's go back to the main page, and now go back to the link component and change this from JavaScript to Node.js. Now click on this link while watching in this terminal. So click on it. Now as soon as you click, you receive the Node.js parameter value, and also you can see we can access that parameter value in our page component using the searchParams props. Now you can add a multiple parameter by specifying comma. Let's say that sort by, and then sort in ascending order. Now go back to the page component of the blog route segment and specify here second parameter, which is a sort by of type string. Now you can access it list of blog related to the specified category sorted in ascending order. So here we will write searchParams.sort by. So let's go here, searchParams.sort by. Now go back to the browser and visit the home page, and again click on this blog link, and as soon as you click, you can see we receive both the parameter value Node.js and ascending. You can also see that we can access both of these parameters using the searchParams. You can see here, and that is also visible in the browser. Here list of blog related to the Node.js sorted in ascending order, and this both value is coming from the parameter. Even you can add a third and fourth parameter as number of parameters you want. So I hope that you understand how to use the link component to pass the URL object or the query string parameter in Next.js. I hope that you understand. In this section, we're going to learn about how server and client component work with a client-side rendering and server-side rendering. Now, to understand how server and client component work, it is helpful to be familiar with two foundational web concepts. The environments your application code can be executed in, the server and the client, and the second is the network boundary that separates server and client code. In the context of web application, the client is a browser on the user device. The server refers to the computer in data center that stores your application code. Now let's move and understand what is a CSR and SSR. So CSR stands for client-side rendering. Client-side rendering means that the browser is responsible for rendering the content. The initial page load retrieves a minimal HTML file and a JavaScript is used to render the content dynamically. Whereas SSR, which stands for server-side rendering, server-side rendering means that the content is rendered on the server and sent to the client as a fully rendered HTML page. Now let's understand with scenario. So whenever user makes request to the server, for example, user navigate to the blog page like a route segment /blog. This request is sent to the server and in return server send back a response containing file like a HTML file, which is a minimal HTML file containing a basic structure with a placeholder, and it also sends the JavaScript files or JavaScript bundles, which is a JavaScript file required for the application. Then browser receives the HTML file and start downloading JavaScript and CSS files. After that, JavaScript code is executed, fetching the blog post data from the API endpoint /API/posts. Then fetch data is used to render the blog post on the user device. This is how client-side rendering works. But there is some drawbacks that you need to know. And the first drawback is initial load performance. That means user sees a blank page or loading spinner until the JavaScript is downloaded and executed, which can be slow on slower connection or devices. Second drawback is SEO limitations, which means search engine may have difficulty indexing content because it relies on a JavaScript to render the content. Third drawback is performance on low-end devices. That means higher resource consumption due to the JavaScript execution that can lead to the poor performance on low-end devices. And finally, the last drawback is data fetching latency. That means the content appears only after fetching the data, which adds to the time before the user sees any meaningful content. But there is a solution to these drawbacks, and that is SSR, which stands for server-side rendering. So what is server-side rendering? Server-side rendering means that the content is rendered on the server and sent to the client as a fully rendered HTML page. For example, when a user navigates to the blog page like a /blog, this request is sent to the server. After receiving this request, server performs some actions. It fetches the blog post data, then server renders the HTML with the blog post content and sends it to the client. The browser receives fully rendered HTML page displaying the blog post immediately. This way, SSR improves initial load performance, where user see content immediately as the fully rendered HTML is sent from the server, which improves the perceived performance. Provide a better SEO, where a search engine receives a fully rendered HTML, which means content is fully rendered on the server. Search engine can easily index the content. It enhances performance on the low-end devices, which helps in lower resource consumption like a CPU memory on the client side, as most rendering is done on the server. Finally, it reduces perceived latency, which means content is available immediately, reducing the time user wait for the data fetching and rendering. So this is all about the CSR and SSR. But in Next.js, you can use both the environment for rendering the component. To understand it in better, we need to understand about a network boundary. That is the second web concept. So what is the network boundary? The network boundary is an imaginary line that divides a different part of your application based on where they run, on the server or on the client. In React, you can decide which part of your application run on the server, which run on the client. For example, you can fetch data like a user post and create a HTML for these posts on the server. This means the server does the work of getting the data and building the basic structure of the post. Then you can make a certain part of interactive on the client side, such as a like button for each post. This means the user browser handles the functionality of clicking the button and updating the links. Let's take one more example. You can create a Navbar or nav component on the server and use it across multiple pages. This makes sure the navigation bar is the same everywhere and is built only once by the server. If you want the links in the navigation bar to show which page is currently active, like highlighting the current page, This means the user browser takes care of updating the active state of the links. By strategically choosing where to place the network boundary, you can optimize your app for performance and user experience, using the server for heavy lifting and the client for interactivity. In React application, components are divided into two groups, those that run on the server and those that run on the client. So, server component are the component that the server processes. They are part of what we call the server module graph or a server tree. Client component are the component that the client browser process. They are part of the client module graph or client tree. When the server finishes processing the server components, it sends a special package to the client called the React Server Component Payload, or in short RSC payload. This package includes the finished output of the server component like HTML or other data and placeholder for where the client component should go, along with references to the JavaScript files needed to run those client component. React uses this package to piece together both server and client component and update what the user sees in their browser. This way, the heavy lifting is done on the server, but the interactivity part are handled by the client browser, making the app efficient and responsive. So here I hope that you understand how server and client component works with CSR and SSR. In this section, we will build this Navbar, and in this Navbar, when you click on any of the links, as you can see, each of the link is highlighted or it is showing it is an active link, which means this is your current page. So here we will utilize the usePathname hook of the Next.js, which allows us to read the current URL, and using this usePathname, we will style our Navbar links to make it a active links whenever user visit this link. Now let's see how to do that. Before beginning, I want to tell you that the component that you create within this app directory, all the component is a server component by default. Now click on the page.tsx file, and within this file we will build the Navbar. So here specify the nav tag, and within this nav tag create a unordered list, and in this unordered list we will create a 3 links. So first let's specify the styling, and here we are using the Tailwind CSS. So background will be gray 800 and padding of 4 from all sides. Now let's also stylize this UL. Now it is a flex and space of x4. Now create a first link, so specify li. Then here we will create a link, and whenever we click on this link, that link will take you to that page, to that route segment. So for that, here we are going to use the link component, and the first link will be our home link, and give href, and as you know, you need to provide the path. So here this is the root path, or this is the home page. Now let's import this link component from the next/link. Now as you can see here, our first link is visible in the Navbar. Now let's create a 3 link. So make it a about page, and also create one more link and call it a contact. Change it to about and contact. Now if we click on this about page, we get 404 because we have not created this page. Now let's come here in app directory and create this route segment. So create a about page, and as you know, to create a routable route segment, you need to create a page.tsx file and create a page and name it about. Simply write here, this is the about page. Now create another page which is a contact. Create a file page.tsx to make it routable and name it contact page, and write a simple text. This is the contact page. Now if you click on this about, it will take you to the about page, and you can see this is the text which we have specified within the about page. You can see here. Now if you click on the contact page, it takes you to the contact page. But here, as you can see, when we are on the home page, we can see our navbar. But this navbar is not visible on the about page or on the contact page. So as we learn to share the UI between multiple pages or route segment, we need to include that component or include that UI within the layout.tsx file. So for that, here we are going to separate this navbar within the component. So I will go here in the app directory, create a new folder, and I will call component. Within this component, create a new component called navbar.tsx and create a new component and name it navbar like this. And let's copy all this thing, paste within the navbar component. Also copy this link component and paste it here. Now we see here error. Let's fix it. Specify here. This is the home page. Now we created a component navbar. Now specify this component within the layout.tsx file to make it visible on every page or to share with this navbar with every page. So within the body, specify here or import the navbar component that we have created like this. Now as you can see, navbar is visible on the home page, and if we go on the about page, we can also see it is visible on the about page. And let's go to the contact page, and navbar is visible on the contact page, you can see here. Now we created navbar, but here is a problem. So whenever you visit the different pages using these nav links, we don't know what is the current page. So here we want to style this active link so that whenever you go to any of this link, that link must be highlighted, showing that this is the current page. And for that, we will need to retrieve the current URL from this URL path, like a contact, like about in our page.tsx, to style that link, to style that URL path. So for that, Next.js provide a hook that is called usePathname, and let's see how to use that. Now come back to your navbar component, and within this component, import the hook usePathname, which allows you to read the current URL. After importing, let's use it. Right here path name and use the path name hook. Now let's print it on the console.log path name. So as you can see, it shows error. You are importing a component that needs use path name, and it only works in the client component. So you learn by default all the component within this app directory is a server component. But when you use the any hooks, that hook must be in a client component. So we will make this our navbar.tsx component as a client component, because currently it is the server component, and in the server component we cannot use the use path name hook or any other hook. If you need any interactivity with that component in the browser, then you must make that component as a client component. So Next.js is saying you need to specify a directive called use client on the top of the component. So now as you can see, page is working. Click on this about page and watch the console, and now you can see we got the URL path or the current URL /about, and that is using this use path name. Now we can use this path name to style the link in the navbar. So let's style this 3 link home, about, on, contact. So specify here class name and right here path name, and here if the path name is equal to the current root or the home page, then it should be text white and background should be gray of 900, and padding of X should be 3, padding of Y should be 2, and it should be rounded empty. And if it is not, then text should be gray of 300, and when hover it should become text white padding of x 3, padding of y 2, rounded MD. Now let's make it bigger and keep this in one line so we don't get the error. We are getting here error, so this should be a separate Tailwind classes, and also specify here. Now error is gone. Let's go back to the browser. As you can see, text style changed and it is a white color, and when you hover it becomes more white. Now let's apply all this style to both of this link. So here first let's format it, and I'm going to copy this class name and apply to these links. So paste it here, and the path name should be about, and also paste to this link, and path name should be equal to contact. Now let's go back to the browser, and you can see we are on the current page like a /about, and you can see this link is highlighted, and when we visit on the contact, we can see contact is highlighted. That means we are on this page. And let's go to the home page, and as you can see, home page is also highlighted, showing that we are on the home page. So here, using the path name, we can retrieve the URL path or the current URL. So when we specify about and go back to the code editor, it checks the /about URL, and then it matches with this line of code and make that link highlighted. So let's recap, and we learn here that to get the current URL, we need to use the usePathname hook in the Next.js. And to make any component as a client component, we will need to use the useClient directive at the top of our component. So I hope that you understand how to use the usePathname and how to make any link active in Next.js. In this tutorial, you will learn how to use the fetch method. So in Next.js, you can fetch the data on the client side and on the server side. So when you fetch the data on the client side in Next.js, the typical approach involves using the useState function to create a state variable. Then the useEffect function is used to fetch the data from the backend and store it in the state variable. However, there is a problem fetching data on the client side, which we discussed in our previous video in the section of drawback of CSR. And the problem is initial load performance, as it takes time to download the HTML and CSS and JavaScript files. And the second problem is no SEO, which means search engine unable to index the pages. Then we have another problem, which is consuming more resources like CPU and memory. The last problem is data fetching latency. That means after downloading the JavaScript file, an extra request is made for the data at the API endpoint. Also, our API keys are not secure at the client-side data fetching. So what is the solution to these problems? Now the solution is to fetch the data on the server side to eliminate all this problem. So in this tutorial, we will build this product page containing a list of products as a beautiful cards showing the product image, title, and an add to cart button you can see here with price. So we will use the fetch method to fetch the data on the server side for listing these products that you can see on this product page. Now let's see how to use this fetch method to fetch the products on the server side. In previous tutorial, we have created this active link in this Navbar. Now here we will add one more link, product link, and which will show the list of the product. So let's add one more product link. So I'm going to copy this one, and here I will specify the path products and give a link products and change name to products. Now you can see the link products in the navbar. So let's create this /products or /products route segment. Go in the app directory, create a new folder and name it products. Within this, create a new file, page.tsx, to make this route segment routable. Now here specify the component and name it product page. So let's print a simple text list of the products. Now let's visit this link and we can visit this link, and it's showing a simple text list of the products. So here in this lesson, we are going to use the Next.js fetch method to fetch the resources from the API endpoint. So for here, we can use the fetch method, which accepts a URL or API endpoint wherever your resource exists. So in this case, I'm going to retrieve the products from the API endpoint. And here I will use the API endpoint fake store api.com/products. So go to this website, fakestoreapi.com. This website provides several API endpoint that you can use in your project. So when I will go this link /products, it will return a number of products with a properties like a ID, title, and price. So by default, when you use this API endpoint, it returns 30 products, but we can limit the number of products. So for that, we need to specify a query parameter limit equal to 5. If you specify here limit equal to 6, 7, or 1, it will return 1, 6, or 7 products. So let's use this API endpoint and back to the code editor, paste it here and keep in single quote. Now here I want only 2 products. So this fetch method returns a promise, which means data is not available instantly when you make a request to this API endpoint. It takes some time, so we need to await, and we are awaiting, so we need to make this function asynchronous, so specify here async. Now let's store the return result in a REST variable, and let's print the data on the console. So for that, create a const products variable, and we will await, then res.json. Now console.log and specify here products. Now let's go to the products page and come back to terminal. We can see here we got 2 products with ID 1 and ID 2 with several properties like a title, price, description, category, image, and rating. So let's render this product detail within the browser. Specify here products.map, but here we are not able to access the properties. We can use here a TypeScript to specify the kind of result we are receiving. So let's go to the top and create a interface and name it products. So we need several properties like a ID of the product, which is of type number, and second is the title of the product of type string. Third is the price of the product of type number, and lastly we need an image of the product of type string, which will contain the URL. So let's here annotate it with type products array. Now here type here map, then grab the each product, and firstly we will print the name of the each product. So product dot title. Now in the browser we can see we can access the title of both the product. Now let's remove this console thing, we don't need it anymore, and let's build a beautiful product card that will contain the image, price, and add to cart button. So here let's specify class name. It is of type container, mx auto, and padding of x 4, padding of y 8. Then specify the heading. So here use h1 and specify our products like this. Then specify class name, and text should be text 2XL, and font bold, text should be a bold, and text should be gray of 800, intensity margin bottom should be 6. So below this our products, we will see our list of the fetched products using this fetch method. So for that we will need to create a product card. So here within this product route segment or folder, we are going to create a component product card.tsx and name it product card. Now let's go back and include this product card here. So here import the product card that we have created, and we will pass all the fetched product to this as props. So here specify key as product.id and then pass the product equal to product like this. So we have not created this props. Let's go back product card. Let's go back to the product card component and create that props. So at the top, we need to specify the TypeScript or interface. So write interface product and here specify all the properties. So we need a title which is of type string, then we need a price of type number, and we also need image of the product. So the type is string, fix this name title. Now create a props interface, name it product card props. Then specify product which is type of product that we have defined here. Now let's pass this props to this product card component. So grab the product from the product card props like this, and let's here give a heading of h2 and specify here product dot title like this, and now you can see it is visible. So let's design it, give a class name, and this text should be a smaller text SM, font should be a semi bold, and text should be gray of 800, then margin bottom of 2, and it should be truncate, which means text will not overflow. Now here specify class name, and then background should be a white rounded LG, then shadow of medium, overflow hidden, then transition all, duration of transition should be 300, and on hover, when we hover, shadow should be large. Remove this one, specify colon here. Now within this we want to show the image, so specify here image and import this image from the next/image, and within this we need to specify some properties. So first specify the image link, so it is from product.image. Now specify the alt, and it should be product.title, and specify the layout as a fill. Then object fit should be contain. As we can see here, it is saying invalid src prop, and this is the API endpoint of the image, and it's saying it is not configured under the image in your next.config.js. So you need to tell Next.js that you are using the images from this domain fakestoreapi.com. So let's go to file next.config.js, and here you can see the file next.config.mjs, and within this next config you need to specify the domain of images. So specify images and then specify a domains, and here we are using the image of the domain fakestoreapi.com. Now let's start the server again. Write npm run dev. Now let's refresh this page, go back to product card, and now you can see image is visible. But as we can see, image is very large, So let's make it small. So specify here a new div and grab this image code, paste within this div and specify the class name, relative, height should be 48 and width should be full. Refresh the page and image will become smaller. Now here we will add the price and the add to cart button. So for that, let's here create a new div and within this copy this product title, paste there and then specify here one more div within that div to include the price and button. So give a class name of flags, item in center, justify between. Now here span and here include the product price, product dot price and give a class name. Text should be large, font bold, text indigo 600 and then here add the cart button. So button and here specify add to cart. Then style this button, class name, background indigo of 600, text white, text should be extra large, padding of x2, padding of y1 and then it should be rounded full. When we hover, it should be, the background should be bg indigo of 700, transition color, duration of 300. Also let's apply padding of 4 to this div. Now let's make it bigger and we can see the product. Now let's go back. We need to show this product grid wise. So come back to product page and here below the heading create a new div and copy this, paste within this div and specify class name to this div and it should show product in grid. By default grid calls will be 2 and on smaller devices grid calls will be 3 and on medium devices grid calls will be 4 and on large devices grid calls will be 5 and on extra large devices grid calls will be 6 and gap of 4. Now you can see the product cart look beautiful. Let's maximize the browser and we can see each of the product card containing the product name, product price and add to cart button. So here we are using the fetch method to fetch the data or product data from the API endpoint http://api.com/product. Then we are passing this product detail as a props to the product card component. And remember, all of this is happening on the server side. Now here, let's limit the product to the 10 product and go back, refresh this page and we can see 10 products. So this is how you can use the fetch API in Next.js to fetch the resources using the URL endpoint. So let's see, let's go back to the browser, open the dev console and then go to the network tab and refresh this page and look, when we requested or refresh this page, we get this products document and here we can see the view of that document which is received from the backend. So this is happening on the server side. But in a typical React application, when we perform a client-side rendering, initially the browser gets the blank document, browser does not get this kind of document. And then the browser make another request, fetch the data. But here, when we fetch data in a server, we can see we get this document with this detail. So whenever in future, when you're trying to fetch a request, fetch a data, try to fetch in a server component because it reduces one extra tip round, which means in case of client-side rendering, the browser receives only the blank document first and then it fetches the data. But in case of server-side fetching, where browser directly receives the document that you just saw. So in the next video, we will learn about how to control caching in Next.js. So in Next.js, you can use the fetch method to fetch data on the server side. Fetching data on the server side has a benefit called caching. So first, let's understand what cache means. A cache is like a quick access storage space information that you might need again soon. It is designed to make retrieving that information faster the next time you make a request. So how it works? When information is requested for the first time, for example, when fetching data from using an API https fakestoreapi.com/products, it is retrieved from the original source and then stored in the cache. The next time the same information is needed or the same request is made, it is quickly retrieved from the cache instead of going back to the original source. So what is the purpose of cache? Caches exist to speed up a process by storing the frequently used data in a place where it can be accessed more quickly. They reduce the need to fetch the same information repeatedly from the original, often slower source. Now let's understand the term caching. In a web application, caching is used to store and quickly retrieve data or content that is repeatedly accessed. This helps improve the application performance, reduce server load, and enhance user experience. But there are key aspects of caching in web application. First is the browser caching. The user's web browser stores local copies of web pages, images, and other resources. When revisiting a website, the browser can load these resources from its cache instead of downloading them again. Second is the server-side caching. The web server stores pre-computed result or frequently accessed data. This reduces the need to process the same request or query the database repeatedly. There are three places from where data can be fetched in case of caching: from the network, from the file system, and from the memory. As we go up, getting data becomes slower. For example, getting data from the memory is always faster than getting data from the file system. So Next.js implements this idea of caching on the server side. It has a built-in data cache that stores the information or data based on the file system. In Next.js, whenever you use the fetch method in your server component, it automatically stores the fetch data in its data cache based on the file system. When you make a request with the same URL, instead of querying the database, it returns the stored result from the data cache. But in Next.js, you can control the behavior of caching, which means you can tell Next.js how to use its own cache on the server. This means that each time your server requests information, it can decide for itself whether to use cached data or get a fresh data like querying the database. Remember our previous tutorials on Next.js data fetching, we used the fetch method to get the data from API endpoint like a fakestoreapi.com. Now you can apply several options to this fetch method to control the caching behavior. And the options are cache, force cache, where cache is the key and for cache is the value. And it means save the data and keep using until we specifically tell you to get the new data. And the second option is cache no store. You need to use the no store value, and this means always get the fresh data, don't save it at all. Lastly, you can use the next with an object, and with an object you can provide the value like a revalidate equal to 10. It means save this data but only use it for 10 seconds, and after that get a new data from the source. This is all about caching in Next.js, and I hope that you understand what is caching and how to control it and what are the option objects that you can use with the fetch method. So in the next video, we will go deeper about these option objects and learn how they work. To control the cache behavior in Next.js, you must provide an option object for the fetch method. First option object is a cache no store. This means whenever a request is made, it always gets a fresh data from the server, not from the cache. For example, if you add a data to the server and then make a request through API, it sends the request to the server, retrieves it from the database and sends it back as a response. If you add one more piece of data and make a request, it takes the data from the server, and here data is not cached. So if new data is added to the server, it will be immediately visible in the next request. This is ideal for the real-time data that changes frequently. So this option tells Next.js to fetch the fresh data from the server every time, bypassing the cache completely. And here is the point that you must remember when using this option object. First, it always fetches a new data from the server, and it does not store any response in the cache. So using the cache no store option, you can control the caching. That means whenever you don't want to store data in a cache but you want directly from the server, use this option. Now next option is cache force cache. This means always use the cache data if available. Don't get it from the server. In simple words, if a new data is added to the server, it will be reflected in the application once the cache is manually cleared or the application is rebuilt. For example, first let's make a request. As you can see, the cache is empty now. So this request goes to the server first. The response from the server is saved into cache and then it goes to the client. Now let's add new data to the server and again make a request. This request takes the data from the cache, not from the server. Now make one more request again and it gets the data from the cache. This means it always uses the cache data if it exists. It doesn't matter how much new data you add to the server, added data is available when you manually clear the cache. So this option tells Next.js to always use the cache version if available. And here is the point that you must remember when using this option object. First, it uses the cache version if it exists. If no cache exists, it fetches from the server and caches the response. The cache does not expire unless manually cleared. Remember, this option is a default behavior. Finally, we have option object next, then as an object revalidate and which accepts a value in seconds. That means if new data is added to the server, it will be visible once the revalidation period has passed and a new request is made. For example, let's say the revalidation period is 10 seconds. If new data is added to the server, it will not be visible before 10 seconds. It will become visible after 10 seconds or when the revalidation period expires. You can change this revalidation period to any second. It depends upon you. So this option implements a incremental static regeneration or ISR in short. It caches the data for the specified number of seconds. And here is the point that you must remember when using this option object. It caches the response for the specified duration. After the time expires, it serves the cache version for one more request while fetching a new data in the background. It updates the cache with a new data for a subsequent request or the next request. From the examples, I hope you understand how to use the different cache option to control the cache behavior using the fetch method in Next.js. You will learn static and dynamic rendering in Next.js. So what is static rendering? Static rendering means rendering the page at a build time. Dynamic rendering means rendering a page at a runtime. So let's see how to do static and dynamic rendering in Next.js. Now this is the product page, and when we navigate to this page, we will see how many times this page is going to render. As you can see here, we have the fetch method to fetch the data using the API or fetch the products. Now you can see here product card is included to show all the fetched product. Now to see how many times this page is going to render, let's use the date function. So here specify rendering time of this page. Now include timing on this page to see how many times this page renders when we make a request or when we access this page. So here type new date dot to local time string. Now let's go in the browser, and here you can see rendering time of this page. You can see here. So let's refresh this page, and as you can see here, time is changing whenever we are accessing this page. So this is happening in the development environments. Now let's see at a build time. So for that, let's go back and open your terminal, and within terminal, stop the development environment. So I'm going to stop it, and now run npm run build and hit enter. Wait for some time. Now look at your terminal. You can see this is our root page, this is our not found, this is our about route, and this is our contact. And you can see there is a circle before this route segment. So what this circle means? So now scroll down, you can see this circle represents static, which means it is pre-rendered at a build time. That means when you execute the command npm run build, it builds your app for the production, and at that time it renders the page. So remember, this circle means this route segment is a static. So let's here start the server npm start, not npm run dev, and hit enter. Your server will be started. Now let's go back in the browser, refresh the page, and now note the timing. Now again refresh the page, and you can see timing is same. This means this page is rendered only at the build time. So why it is built at a runtime and how the Next.js knows? And the reason is Next.js knows because of this fetch method that we have used here. By default, this fetch method caches all the renders. That means it caches all the content. So whenever you access that page in the browser, it loads all the content from the cache. So at the build time, it renders the page or get the data from the server and store that data into the cache. And when you refresh the page or navigate to that route segment, it takes the data or the rendered content from the cache and shows you, so that the timing is not changing because it renders only one time at the build time. So let's see how to do dynamic rendering. So here the dynamic rendering means content is rendered on every request. That means your content is not stored in the cache. It is directly getting from the server. So here we need to tell fetch2 that we don't need to store the data in a cache. For that we need to provide a option object to this fetch method, and you can provide by cache and then say no store, which means hey, don't store anything in the cache. I want to bypass my request. That means I want to send my request directly to the server and get the data every time I make a request. Now let's go to the terminal and stop the server. Stop the server. Again run npm run build and wait for a minute. Now look at this route segment. As you can see, again this route segment are static. And now if you look at this route segment / products, you can see this is the F. And this F represents a dynamic server rendered on demand, which means whenever you make a request, content is rendered on demand. Content is rendered at runtime. Let's see. So for that, let's start the server here. Type npm start and hit enter. Now let's go back in the browser and refresh the page. Now you can see time is changing. Now again refresh. Again time changes. Make one more request and you can see time is changes. This means this page is rendering at a runtime. So this is the difference between static and dynamic rendering. So in a Next.js, rendering is done on the server and the client side. So when it is done on server, it can be rendered in a static way and dynamic way. In static way means content is rendered or page is rendered at a build time, and in dynamic case, content is rendered at a runtime. Remember, if you see a symbol like F or you see a symbol like lambda, that means this page is rendered dynamically. And if you see a small circle like this means this page is rendered statically. So static means when you run the command npm run build, at that time this page is rendered and stored in the cache. So again you access that page, it shows that page from the cache, not from the server. And in case of dynamic rendering, it takes the request to the server and shows the content from the server, not from the cache. So I hope that you understand what is different between static and dynamic rendering in Next.js. You will learn how to use the useRouter hook in Next.js. The useRouter hook allows you to programmatically change the route inside the client components. You can move programmatically to different pages using the useRouter. So for example, let's say that you have a form, and when you submit the form, after submitting form, you want to move to the dashboard. Or maybe you have a registered form, and after submitting registering form, or when you are registered, you want to move to the login page. So in that case, there you can use the useRouter hook in your client component to move to a different pages. Now here you can see in the project directory, I have created two route segment, a login and the register. Let's visit this page one by one. So I'm going to specify the route segment login to visit the login page, and you can see here. Also specify the register to visit the register page. Now let me show you the code of this register form. So I have created a registered component. You can see here registered component form. Now here I have created input email to accept the email of the user, and then another input to accept the password of the user. Then when you click on this register button, it calls the handle submit, which prints your data or which prints your email and password on the browser console. So let's go here and specify email like a james@gmail.com and specify any password. Let's go to the browser console, and here just click on the register button, and now we can see we received the data. But here, after clicking on this register button, we want to move to the login page quickly. When you click on the button and when you submit a form and you move to the different route segment, different pages, that is called programmatic navigation. So let's see how to do that. Let's go back, and here we need to use the useRouter hook in Next.js. So let's create an object of useRouter hook, specify const router equal to, and now use the useRouter, and you need to import this useRouter from the next/navigation, not from the next/router. So import it, and after importing, just within this handle submit function, after printing the data on the console, we want to move to the different pages, or we want to programmatically navigate to the different pages. So here, call the router object and then call the post function. And within this function, you need to specify the route segment or the page on which you want to move after clicking on the registered button. So here, I want to move to the login page. Now that's it. Let's go in the browser, and here specify the mail james@gmail.com and specify the password and click on the registered button, and you can see you are on the login page. So as soon as you click on this registered button, it takes you to the login page immediately, and this process is called programmatic navigation, and that can be done using the useRouter hook in Next.js. So in future, whenever you have something like you want to move to the user to a different pages, different route segment, when a user clicks on button, when you just submit a form, always use the useRouter hook in your client component. In this section, we will learn about loading UI in Next.js. So what is loading UI? A loading UI or a loading user interface is what users see while they are waiting for a web page or a part of web page to finish loading. It's like please wait sign that tells user something is happening behind the scene. So in context of Next.js, when a user click a link or navigate to a new page, the content might not appear instantly. There is often little delay while the new page loads. Instead of showing a blank screen during this time, which might make user think that site is broken, we show a loading UI. And this loading UI could be a spinning circle, a progress bar, a simple loading text, or any other visual indicator. The purpose is to let users know that the site is working, this request is being processed, content will appear soon. So for that, in Next.js, you have two approach. In the first approach, you can use only the suspense boundary or suspense component per route segment or per page to handle the UI loading, or you can handle the UI loading globally. That means Next.js provide a file convention named loading.ts or JS or TSX, where you can define your loading and use that loading file throughout your route segment or wherever you need to show the loading UI. So how are you going to use that? Let's go to the Next.js documentation and look at this picture. You can see at this picture, there is a page within this suspense component, and this page is a slow page. That means when you access this page, it takes time. So while it is taking time, we want to show only the loading screen to show user that site is working properly and your request is being processed. And as you can see, to show the loading screen or loading UI, you need to provide a fallback property to the suspense component, and to that property you need to pass your loading text or spinning circle or loading UI that you want to show while loading the page. Let's see practically how to do that. Now here you can see I have created this product route segment, and this product route segment contains a fetch method which gets the data from this API endpoint you can see here, and then it shows the product card with the information like a product image, price, and etc. So what happens here, sometimes whenever we get the data or get the product from this API, it takes time. So meanwhile, we want to show the loading text. For that, we will need to wrap this product component or product card component with the suspense boundary. So let's do that. Here, use the or import the suspense boundary from the React. And then after importing this suspense boundary, you need to provide a fallback property to specify that, hey, I want to show this UI while fetching or while request is being processed. So in this case, I'm going to show a simple text, which is a loading ... And now let's go back in the browser and go here. Let's go to the home page and click on the products. And when you click on the project, you do not see the loading text that we have specified within the suspense boundary, because this means it is loading so fast that we can't see. But I have a solution for this. Open a dev tool on your Chrome browser and go here in the network tab, and then you see here components. And if you do not see this component, let's go in your browser and type here React Dev Tools. And then you need to install this React Developer tool in your Chrome. After installing it, you will be able to see this component like option. Click on this and go here in search bar, type Suspense and click on this Suspense. And when you click on this Suspense, you can see here suspend equal to false. This means your content has arrived and you are seeing your content. And you can also see here, we are actually seeing this product data which is coming from the API. But what we can do when we make it true, this means our data is loading. So to make it true, click on this like a watch icon. And when you click on, you can see your loading text that you have specified here. So let's change it and say page is loading. And let's go back and you can see. So here suspense boundary true means your data is being loaded. And while it is loading, it is going to show your custom UI or custom text that you have specified. And when you make it false, that means your data has arrived and you can see your data. So here, instead of this loading text, I want to show a spinner. Let's create that. Now go in your Next.js project. Let's create a spinner here in component folder. I'm going to create a new component called a loading like this, called a spinner.tsx, and create a component, name it a loading like this. And then let's create the spinner. So specify class name and then flex, justify center, item center, and height should be a edge screen. Create one more div within this and specify a class name. So here it should be a animate spine, then it should be a rounded full, a border of top, and the size of the border would be a 2, a border of bottom, also the size should be 2, and then border should be a gray of 900. Now this is our spinner, and let's go back on the product page, and instead of this text that you see here, include that loading or spinner here. So remove all of this text and specify here loading, or this is our spinner, use it here, import it. Now let's go back in the browser and see. So let's refresh the page and we do not see because it is loading so fast. Here in the component, search the suspense and then here make it a false, and when you make a false, you can see here spinner here, but we do not see it. Let's debug. So the issue is here we haven't specified the height and width of the spinner. So here height would be a 32 and width should be also 32. Now let's go back in the browser and here make this suspended to true and we can see our spinner. So this means your data is being loaded, you need to wait. Now instead of showing the spinner on this specific page, or which means you need to use the multiple suspense component on a different page to show the loading UI. But in Next.js, you can follow the second approach where you will need to define a loading UI at one place and use it wherever you need to show the loading UI. And for that, you will need to create a file called a loading.tsx. Loading.tsx in your root directory, in the app directory. And within this, you will need to specify the spinner that you want to show. And when we specify that spinner here, it will be shown on wherever your page takes time to load. So I'm going here in the spinner and I'm going to grab all the code from here and then go in the loading.tsx, paste it here and delete this spinner. We don't need it anymore. Now let's go back in the browser and it is showing error. So let's go to the product page to fix this problem. And here we need to import this loading from the loading.tsx file. So remove this import and scroll down, hover on this component and then import it from .loading. Now let's go to the product page and you can see loading spinner. You saw that. Now let's go back and again click on this. We are not seeing because it is happening so fast, and click on history, clean all the history. So to see the loading UI, let's again go to the component, and within component search the suspense and then make it a true. You can see the loading UI. So here this loading UI is not applied only this product page, but it also applies on all of the route segment that you see here, like your home, like your about, like your contact. So when you have heavy data and data is loading, it will show this defined UI within the loading.tsx file. So here you have specified the loading UI, and it will be shown on each of the page wherever your data is being processed or loaded. Instead of black screen, this UI will be shown there. And remember, in Next.js, you need to follow the file convention loading.tsx. This means the file name should be loading.tsx. Otherwise, it will not work. So I hope that you understand how to load a UI in Next.js to improve the user experience where pages takes time to load or part of pages takes time to load. Instead of black screen, we can show our loading UI. In this section, we will learn how to build API in Next.js. So in Next.js, to build API, you need to create a route handler. Let's go to the Next.js documentation and see how to create a route handlers. So you can use a route handler to create a custom request handler for a given route. You can see here, look at this picture. In this picture, the app directory contains this API folder, and within the API folder, there is a file name route.js, or if you are using a TypeScript, you can name it route.ts. And this route.ts contains your route handlers, and that route handler support a different kind of HTTP methods. So let's see how to build the products API where we will get all the products from the server. Now let's go back and within the app folder, create a new folder, name it API. So we name it API because here we are going to specify all of the API related to the products. Now let's create a new folder and name it products. And to build your route handlers, you need to create a special file, or there is a convention in Next.js. You can name the file route.ts or js. Now within this route.ts, you can specify your route handlers which support a different kind of HTTP methods, like a get, which allows you to get the data from the server, and another HTTP method post, which allows you to create the new data on the server. And the next HTTP method is a put, which allows you to update the data on the server. And lastly, we have the HTTP method delete, which allows you to delete the data from the server. Now at this point, we have created our API endpoint API/products. To access this API endpoint, open a Postman, or you can use the Thunder client. So if you have not installed Thunder client, go to extension and search for the Thunder client, and then you have to install this extension. After installing this extension, open the Thunder client and click on new request, and after that you need to specify here your API endpoint that you want to access. So API endpoint is a localhost 3000/API/products that we have created. Now when you click on send, you can see status equal to 405 method not allowed. That means we have not specified any of the HTTP method in our route.ts file. You can see here it is empty now. So from here we are sending the get request. So let's define our first get HTTP method, which returns a single object. So to define a HTTP method in the route.ts file, first you need to specify export keyword that you are exporting this method. Then this is the async function, and then you need to specify the HTTP method name. So in this case it is a get. And now within this get method, you will add some of the logic, like a fetching the data from the database, and then you will return the data. Right now we have not configured our Next.js application for the database, so simply we will return a single object containing a product ID, product name. So let's specify here return and then call the response constructor and then call the JSON method, and let's return a object containing ID equal to 1 and name, which is the name of the product. This is just for example, and product name is a laptop. Fix the return keyword name. And now let's go back to Thunder client, and here we are making get request because in our route.ts file we have defined only one single HTTP method get. So select the get from the options, and then here you need to specify the API endpoints and then click on send. And when you click on send, you get the status 200 OK, and you get the single object containing the product ID and product name. Similarly, you can replace this get to a post where you will write your logic to create data, and then you can write here put to update the data, and then lastly you can specify a delete method where you will implement the logic to delete the data. Right now we will work on the get method. Now in next video we will implement the logic within this get HTTP method. So whenever someone accesses this API endpoint will return all the products. In this video we will learn how to build the API to get the data, to create the data, to update the data and delete the data. And for that here we will use all these 4 HTTP method: get, post, put and delete. If you have followed my previous video where I created this product route segment which uses fetch method to fetch the product data from this API endpoint. So here in this section, instead of this API endpoint, we will use our own API endpoint that here we will define. So in previous video we created the API endpoint API/products, and when we click on send, it returns a single product, you can see here. But here we need a collection of products or a collection of objects so that we can render those products on this product page. Now let's do that. So here in route.ts file, specify the get function or get method, and this get method will return the collection of object or collection of products. So right now we have not connected to a database, or we are not configured this Next.js product for database. So we will perform in memory option where we will create a array of products. So go here in the app folder, create a new folder and name it data, and within this folder create a new file, name it product data.ts, and here we will store our array of products. So let's export and name it products, and it is the array of products. Now let's specify the first product. So for that I will go to the website fakestoreapi.com, and from here I will grab the product. So let's grab the product. Now come back here, paste here. I don't need this rating thing, so remove this one. Now we have created an array of products. Let's go back to route.ts file, and from here JSON we will return that product. So remove the single products and specify the products. Now open the Thunder client and make a get request. So this is the API endpoint, and click on send. You get the product that we have added as a product of array within the product data.ts file. Now this is our API endpoint. So we created this API endpoint to retrieve all the products. So let's copy this API endpoint, go to the product page, and within the fetch method specify this API endpoint. Now let's go back in the browser, and you can see the single products that we have added. Let's add more product to that array. So grab the second product, go to product data.ts file, and here specify the second products and remove the rating. And now let's go back in the browser. We can see we have two products. So here using the get method we retrieve all the products and then shown on the page. Next, let's see how to use this post handler to add or create a new data on the server or in the product of array that we have created. So let's go to Thunder client and make a new request, and here the request type is post, and request is made on the endpoint http localhost API products. And now from here, we are sending a new product data. So I'm going to the fake store API and grab the third product and come back here and paste it here. I don't need this rating thing, so remove this. And we don't need ID here because we are not sending the hard-coded ID. We will generate that, and let's click on send. And when we click on send, we get the status code 405, which means we have not defined this post method at this endpoint. So let's define that. Now here specify export async function, and the function is the post function or post method. Here we will implement the logic to add the data to the database or to the server or to the product data.ts file that we have created. Now let's go back again and click on send again, and we get 500 internal server error. Now here I want to tell you that how we are going to receive this JSON data into this post method. So for that, next is saying this post method accepts a parameter called a request, which contains all the details about the request are made to this post method. So here the type of this request method is a next request, which is coming from the next server. And now to grab that data, you can call request.json, and using this we can grab the data that we are sending through the body of this API endpoint. Now we will await this data because it can take some time, so we will wait, and let's store this data into a body name variable. Now let's return the title of the product. So here specify return response.json, and then specify here body.title like this. Now let's go back to Thunder client and click on send, and we get the title of the product. So through this body dot, you can access all the properties. Now let's go back again and click on send. We get the price of the product. Similarly, you can also access the description of the products. Go back, click on send, you get the all description. Now let's create a new product data, const new product, specify all the product detail that we want to add. So first one is the ID. So here ID of the product will be products.length. We are getting the length of the array products, and then we will add +1. After that, specify a title of the product, which is equal to body.title. Similarly, description of the product, which is equal to body.description. Then price of the product equal to body.price, and category of the product, which is equal to body.category. And lastly, image of the product, which is equal to body.image. Now let's add this receive product detail to the product of array. So call products.push, and then specify the new product, and after that send the response. Copy this one, paste here, and return the added product, which is the new product. And then when we create a new data, we need to send the status code 201. So to send the status code, specify object status as 201 within this response.json method like this. So let's go back and make a request again, and now you can see status code 201, and we get the added product. Now let's see the added products. So again make a get request to this endpoint and click on send, and you can see here the third product that we have added. Now let's go back in the browser and we can see the third product. Here, to add a data or to add a product or to add any information on the server or database, you need to specify the post handler or post HTTP method, which accepts a parameter request of type next request, and to grab all the detail or all the data that you are sending through the API endpoint, you can use the JSON method, which is provided by this request object. And then here we have created a new product, and after that, using the push method of the array, we added that new product to the product of array. And finally, we are sending the response where we are sending the added product and then sending the status code as a 201, which indicate product is successfully created. Now next, we have the two HTTP method put and delete. And as you know, you can update or delete a single product or single data. So for that, there is another concept in Next.js called dynamic route handler that we will see in the next video, where we will implement the logic within the put and delete HTTP method to update or delete the product. So I hope that you understand how to use the get and the post HTTP method in Next.js to get the data, and we'll see how to use this put and delete HTTP method to update the data or remove the data. So from the previous video, you learn how to create this get method and post method to get the data and to create a new data. When you go to this API endpoint, you see here two data or two products. Now let's go back and implement this put HTTP method. So in general, you will build your API to update the data like this. So open the Thunder client and make a new request. From the request, you will choose the HTTP method as a put, and now here paste the API endpoint. Now in general, what will happen after a slash, you will provide the ID of the product that you want to update, and within the body as a JSON, you will provide the property that you want to update. So for example, we want to update the property price of the product whose ID is second. So let's say we want to keep the price 800. Keep this property name in double quoted. Now when you click on send, it must update the price of the product whose ID is 2. But in our case, we get not found. When you see this error 404 not found, it means we have not created this route segment. So in general, it should be ID, and through this route segment, we will pass the ID of the product that we want to update with the properties as a JSON body. So let's create this route segment ID. So we want to update a specific product. So here, within product folder, create a new folder and specify a square bracket, and within a square bracket specify the ID. And you can specify any of the name here like a product ID, but for simplicity, I'm going to keep the name ID. Now after creating this folder, you need to create a route.ts file within this folder, and here we will define our put and delete method. Now let's define our put handler. So specify here export async function, and the handler name is a put. You know, the first parameter, it will accept a request which is of type next request. And now from here, we are passing the ID of the specific product, like we want to update the product with ID 2. By default, when we send request on this API endpoint, this ID is sent as a string. So here, we need to specify the type of the ID we are receiving. So specify here params, and then params, after that ID of type string, like this. This ID must resemble or must be similar to the folder name that you have defined here like a ID. And if this ID and this ID is different, you will get the error. So make sure this ID and this folder name should be same. Now you know what is next step. Next step is to grab the data that we are sending through the JSON body. So for that, specify here request.json, and then store the data into the body variable like this. So what will happen here, whenever we try to update the product, we can update the product price, description, we can update any of the property. We are going to destructure all the property like ID, then title, description, price, category, and image properties from the body like this. But here, when we hover on this property, you can see does not exist on type promise any. So whenever we update any data or whenever we receive a data from the body, it may take us some time, or data will not be available immediately. So we will await it. Now next, we need to find the product that we want to update. So for that, we will need the product index. And for that, in a general JavaScript, you can find the product ID using the find index function. So specify here products, dot find index, and then we are iterating over each product and we are trying to match the ID of each product with the ID provided through here parameter. So when you hover it, it is showing a string and you can't compare a string with this number. So we need to parse this string into number, and for that you know that there is a function parse int in JavaScript. Now wrap this ID within that parse int function and now error is gone. Now after that we need to store the product ID, so const product index we are storing in this variable. Now we have the product index that we want to update, so let's update the product. So specify here products, then specify product index to access that product and then update the property. So here specify ID, title, description, price, category and image of the product. Now after updating the product, we will return a response which is a product that we are updating. So products, product index, and then status code, which is a 200 in this case. Now let's again look at this put function. So we use here put function to update the specific product. Now from here API endpoint, we are passing the ID of the product. So when we define here a put handler, we as a parameter, we are passing a params, and the params type is a string you can see. And make sure this ID and the folder name ID should match. Now after that, we are grabbing the body of the JSON and then we are destructuring all the properties from the body. After that, we are finding the ID of the product or the index of the product that we want to update using the find index function. And within this, we are iterating over each of the product and grabbing the ID and comparing the ID of each product with the ID that we are passing through the API endpoint. After grabbing the ID, after finding the ID of the product, we are passing all the properties that we want to update here like an object. Then returning response. In a response, we are returning the product that we are updating and the status code as a 200. Now let's try this API endpoint. So let's go back in the browser and refresh it and come back, go to Thunder client, and from here we will make a put request. Here we are updating the product with ID 2 and we want to update the specific properties, which is price, and we want to increase the price to $800. Now from here, click on send, and as you can see, as a response, we receive a status 200 and the properties that we have updated of that product, which is the price. So let's go back in the browser, and now you can see the product price updated to 800. And if you do not see here the image of this product, so this is not problem, but here you need to focus on the property that you are updating. Let's go back and let's implement the next HTTP method, which is delete, to delete the product. So let's go back to the route.ts file. So in this case also, we want to delete a specific product. So everything will be same. Let's go back, specify here export, and then async function, and handler name is a delete. And we are going to grab the parameter because parameter will be same. So copy this, paste it here. And while deleting, we are not passing any of the body. So we will not need here any body. So here specify delete, and let's say that we want to delete the product with ID 2. So we are not passing any of the JSON body. Remove this. Let's go back to route.ts file. So we are not passing body, but we are passing the ID of the product that we want to delete. So we need to find that product in our product array. So we are going to grab this line and paste it here. Now after finding the product index or the product ID that we want to remove, we need to call a method on array to remove that product. So, and the method is a splice. And to this method, you need to provide a two value. First is the product index from which you want to start removing the product or removing the element. And second is the number of the element starting from the specified product index. And then you have to specify here within a square bracket as a 0. This means it accesses the first element of the array returned by the splice. After performing deletion, we want to return a response. So return response.json, And we want to send a simple message, deleted successfully, and then status code as a 200. Now let's go to the other client, and from here we want to remove the product with ID 2 and make sure to clear the JSON body, and now click on the send. We receive the status code as a 200 and message deleted successfully. Let's go back in the browser and we can see product is removed successfully. So this is how you can use the HTTP method as a route handler in Next.js to build your API endpoint to perform the CRUD operation. And if you have any doubt about creating this routing like a ID in a square bracket, so you need to watch my previous video about routing. So I hope that you understand how to build API endpoint in a Next.js. In this section, you will learn how to integrate database to Next.js application. So here we will perform two steps. In the first step, we will install a database engine called MySQL, and then in the second step, we will connect Next.js project with a MySQL database. So in that case, especially, we will configure a Next.js project or initialize a Next.js project to connect with the MySQL database. So let's begin. So first step is to install the MySQL. Go to the website, type here mysql.com and hit enter. And on this homepage of MySQL, you see here download section, click on that. Then scroll down and you will see here a link MySQL community GPL downloads, click on it. Then you need to click on MySQL community server. And after that, from here, choose your operating system. If you are using Linux, choose the Linux. If you are using Mac, choose the Mac. So in this tutorial, I'm using the Windows. So I'm going to download this Windows version and make sure that you are installing MSI installer. And let's say that you choose Mac OS. So in Mac OS, look for the different CPU architecture or download the installer according to the CPU architecture like ARM 64-bit and x86 64-bit. Now I'm going to install Windows. So let's go and click on download. Now you don't need to log in here, just click on no thanks, just start my download. So after downloading, you need to install the MySQL community server, and then you have to proceed with the installation process where you will enter your username and password. So I'm not going to show the steps, but I have already installed. And after installing, make sure you also install the MySQL Workbench, which allows you the graphical user interface. So for that, what you can do, go back and from here, you can see MySQL Workbench and you can install this. Now after installing, open the MySQL Workbench. And here you can see the username is root and this MySQL server is running on the localhost 3306. Click on that and specify the password that you have configured while installing the MySQL. And after entering password, you will see the interface like this. Now we will later see how to interact with the database. But for now, you need to make sure that you have correctly installed the MySQL and you see the interface like this. Now we have installed the MySQL. And next, we will see how to set up the Next.js project with a Prisma ORM. So let's see what is a Prisma. Prisma is ORM, or it stands for Object Relational Mapping, is an open source database toolkit designed for developers working with relational databases. It provides a TypeScript database client and a schema migration tools to simplify database interaction. And it has some key features. First key feature is Prisma client. A Prisma client is a TypeScript database client that generates queries based on your database schema, making database operation more reliable and reducing the risk of the runtime errors. Next feature is a Prisma Migrate, a tool for managing schema changes and migration, allowing you to define and apply schema changes in a structured and version-controlled manner. Lastly, the feature is a Prisma Studio. It is a graphical interface for viewing and editing your database content, which can be helpful for debugging and data management. So Prisma supports a various database like PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and SQL Server. and is popular among developers using Node.js and TypeScript. So maybe you are here confused how this Prisma works. So let me explain it for you. Let's see how Prisma works. Let's say this is your Next.js application and this is the database. So as a database engine, you can use the MySQL, you can use the PostgreSQL, or you can use the SQL server. It's depend upon you, but let's say you want to perform a CRUD operation where you want to create, read, update, or delete the data. So you will need to know how to use the MySQL, or you will need to know how to use PostgreSQL or SQL server. So here you will need to familiar with the syntax of this database. But what happens if you don't need to care about the syntax of the database or whatever the database you are using? Whether you are using MySQL, PostgreSQL or SQL server, you don't need to care about how to use the syntax. You just need to know about only one language or one way to create a data, and all the creation or all the current operation will be performed on the database based on the database engine. For that, here you can use the Prisma. So as you know, Prisma is ORM or object relational mapping. So it allows you to interact with the database and return the information from the database. So this Prisma sits between your Next.js application and database and allows you to interact with the database to retrieve or to perform a CRUD operation. So you will need to only know how to use this Prisma. That's it. Now later we will see deeply how we can use this Prisma to get the data from the database, to update the data, to perform sorting, and lots of things about it. But in this video, we will see how to set up the Next.js project with the Prisma. So let's proceed. Now open your project, go to terminal, and here in a terminal, to install the Prisma, you need to type a command npm install Prisma and hit enter. Now we have successfully included or installed the Prisma in our Next.js application. Prisma has command npx that you will usually use to create a data model or generate a client or create a migration. So let's first type here npx Prisma and hit enter. And as you can see, it shows a bunch of commands that you can use. So here are the commands. First command is a init command which allows you to set up a Prisma for your app. Then we have a generate command which allows you to generate the client. And then we have a db command to manage your database schema, and migrate command to migrate your database. And then we have a bunch of commands that we can use. So first let's set up this project with Prisma. So you need to type command here npx Prisma init and hit enter. So when you run this command npx Prisma init, it creates a folders in your Next.js project that you can see here. The name of the folder is a Prisma and it contains a file schema.prisma, and in this file you will define the Prisma model or the database URL. Along with this folder name, it creates a .env file where you can specify your environment variable. By default, Prisma uses a PostgreSQL database. So here is the database URL or connection string that allows you to connect to the database. So we are using a MySQL, so we will replace this connection string with the MySQL. So let's go to the Prisma website and see how to specify this database URL or database connection string. So let's go to the browser and type here Prisma connection string and hit enter. Now go to the first link, and from here you can choose the database MySQL, and now you can see to connect to MySQL database server, you need to configure a data source block in your Prisma schema. So in your Prisma schema file, you need to specify provider as a MySQL. So let's copy this one and then go back to the Prisma schema file and paste here. So remove this one data source and paste this one. And you can see provider is MySQL. Now next, we need to configure this database URL. So let's go to the env file, and here instead of a PostgreSQL, we need to specify MySQL. And after that, here we need to specify the username of the MySQL server. So let's open MySQL. And as you can see, user is a root. So specify user as a root. And then here you need to specify the password to connect to the database. So in my case, it is a default password 12345. After that, you need to specify the port on which your MySQL server is running. So in my case, it is running on 3306. So specify here 3306, and then after that, you need to provide the database name. So in this case, I'm going to give the database name as a e-commerce like this. And this is the query string. So remove this one. We don't need it. Now we have specified our database URL to connect to the MySQL server. And now here you see the code generate client, and this code generates a Prisma client. And using this Prisma client, you can interact with the MySQL database, or you can perform the CRUD operation using the Prisma client. And if you have any confusion about how to connect to a database or how to specify this database URL, just go to the Prisma documentation here on this page, and here you can see what you need to specify as a data source. And then you can see here your connection URL, like a protocol, base URL, path, and argument that you want to use. So just go back here and choose the database that you are using with your Next.js application. Let's say that you are using the SQLite. Then you will go to your schema.prisma file and change the provider to SQLite and the URL to file/dev.db. And then you need to specify the connection details. This page will guide you to how to set up your Prisma to connect with the SQLite database. Now from this point, I hope that you understand how to set up Next.js project with Prisma. In the next section, we will see how to define the model and create a migration, and then create a table in a MySQL database using the Prisma. In previous video, we set up Next.js project with database, or initialize Next.js project with a database MySQL. Now, after creating database, you want to create a table in a database and retrieve information. So for that, in Next.js, you need to know three terms when you use Prisma. So first term is a model, and the second term is a migration, and the last term, or the lastly, is the Prisma client. Sorry for the handwriting. Now when you create a model in Prisma, think it is the table of the database, and the term migration is used when your model is transformed into a real table in your database. And then lastly, Prisma client, which allows you to perform a CRUD operation. So which means you can create a data, or you can create a record in a database and retrieve record, update record, and read a record. Here we will first build a model, then we will perform a migration, and after that we will use the Prisma client to retrieve the data from the database. Now let's create a model. So open the file schema.prisma in your Next.js application, and to create a model, you need to specify the first keyword as a model. Then after the keyword model, you need to specify the name of the model. So here we are going to build a model named product, and then specify the curly braces. And remember, when you specify the model name, it should be in a Pascal case, which means the first letter of the model name should be in a capital. Now this model is going to contain a different field. So a product is going to have a field like a ID, and the type of this ID will be int, which means this field is going to store the integer value. So specify the int as the data type. Then make sure that you have the extension Prisma that you see here. So go here, search the Prisma extension, and then install this extension. And after installing this extension, come back here. Now, as you know, each product is going to have a unique ID. So if you remember from previous tutorial, we created this product page which contains a multiple product. And as you can see, each product has a attributes like a image, price, and name. So here we need to define a field like a image, price, and title or name of the product. So here each product must be uniquely identified in your table. So for that, here you are going to specify at ID. And when you specify this attribute, this means this column is going to be a primary key column of the table. So if you remember, model is like a table in your database. So in your database, each table is going to have a column, and that column should be a primary key of the table. And you can specify the primary key column of the table like this by using this at ID. Now next, we have the product price. So let's specify here column or field of the model, and the type of this field is a float. And next, we have the product description, and the description is going to store the string value or text. So the type of this field or this column will be a string. And if you are confused about int, float, and string, this is the data type coming from the Prisma. Now, we define the structure of the table as a model in the schema.prisma file. Now, to create this product table in your MySQL database, you need to execute a certain command. So, to create this table, open a terminal, and in your terminal, you need to specify a command. So, specify the command npx prisma migrate dev, then double hyphen, specify name. After that, specify the migration name. So here we are creating a product table. So specify create product table. Now here the command npx prisma migrate dev. This command checks your schema.prisma file, the file where you have defined your model like a product. And if you made any changes or if you create new model, what it does, it generates a migration file and applies to your development database like MySQL. So after this, double hyphen name option, this option is specified to give a migration name. So here double hyphen name and create product table, the name you give to this migration. So when you execute this command, npx prisma migrate dev, a migration is created. To specify the name of that migration, you use here a name attribute, and after that you specify the name of the migration that you want to give. So this helps you remember what this migration is about, and in this case it is creating the product table. Now here hit enter, and you can see here your database is now in sync with your schema. So whatever model that you defined in the schema.prisma file is now sync or is now created, or whatever the changes that you made to this schema.prisma file applied to your real database like a MySQL. So if you remember, I told you that when you execute this command npx prisma migrate dev, it creates a migration file. So if you look here in the Prisma folder, there is a new folder named migration, and expand this folder. And here you can see there is a folder name create product table, and that is the same migration name that we have specified while generating the migration file. And as you can see, before this name there is a timestamps, and you can see this is the current timestamp. Now, as you can see, it contains a migration.sql file. Let's open it. And when you open, you can see here, this is the command which create a product table in your MySQL database with this column like ID of type integer, price of type double, and description of type varchar. And as you can see here also, the ID is the primary key. And why this is primary key? Because in the schema.prisma, here we have specified attribute at ID. Now let's go to the MySQL database and see whether table is created or not. Now come back to here MySQL workbench and let's view all the databases. Type here command databases and then execute this query, and you can see here our database e-commerce that we have specified here in the env file URL like a e-commerce. Now let's specify here use e-commerce, and after that let's view all the table. So tables, and you can see here the table is a product. Let's view the structure of the table. Describe product, and look, we have defined 3 field in the model, and you can see ID, price, description, and this field is a similar to the field that we have defined in the schema.prisma file in the model product. So now you have confirmed that a model is a table of your database. Also, you can see the ID column is the primary key column of this table and type is int. So this is how you can create a table in your database using the Prisma in a Next.js. So here we have defined 3 fields in the product model. Let's say that we want to add one more field named image, which will store the URL of the product image. Also, let's say that you have created a product table in your database, and in this table you want to add one more column named image, which will store the URL of the product image. So in your product model, just go and specify here a name of the field, which is the img in this case, and the type of the data this field is going to store. So in this case, it is going to store the string, which is the URL of the image. And now to add this field to your actual table in your MySQL database, you need to again execute that command. So here, let's delete this one and create new one. Now type here npx prisma migrate dev, then specify the name of the migration. So here we are adding a new field to the table product. So specify here add img, then field, and hit enter. And look, it is saying it created a new migration. You can see here add img field, and let's go to the migration folder here, and look, it created this migration, and open this file, and you can see here it is a SQL command to add a new column to the existing database. Now let's go back to the MySQL workbench and let's again execute this, and now you can see the new field image to store the URL of the image. So this is how you can modify the model in a Prisma to add the field or remove the field. Now if you want to know more about the model in Prisma, go to your browser and here type a Prisma model and then click on the first link, and this page will explain about a model, and you can see each model represent entities or it is a map to the tables in your relational database. So to create a model in Prisma, so you will need to use the model blocks and then specify the fields that you want to include in your model. And you can see model is a map to the table, or if you are using a MongoDB, then that is mapped to the collection. So on this page, you will find a more detailed information about a model. And one thing here I want to show you, you can change the behavior of this field that you include in the model. So for example, sometimes you want to include a default value to the column of your table, and you can do that using this attribute at default. So let's see. So let's see, come back to your schema.prisma, and whenever you add a new record to your table product, you want to automatically add a ID for that record or for that product. So for that, you can provide a default value by specifying the attribute add default. And in this case, this default has a function auto increment, which will automatically add a unique ID to the each record or unique ID to the each product that you add to this product table, and specify that function here auto increment. Now you made changes to this schema.prisma file, or you made a changes to this product table. You need to sync these changes, or you need to align these changes with your database. So for that, again, here you need to run the command npx prisma migrate dev. Let's run that command. Type here npx prisma migrate dev, then migration name. So here add default value like this and hit enter. Now new migration file is created, you can see here, and the name of the migration is add default. Let's open the migration file, and you can see the field ID is a modified to auto increment. This is the SQL command. Now let's go back to the MySQL workbench. Now describe the structure of the table, and now you can see there is a new extra attribute auto increment. So this is how you can create a model using Prisma to create a table in your database. So till now we learned how to define a model, which is a table of the database, and how to create a migration file and apply that migration file to the database. Now let's use the Prisma client to create, update or delete data to the database. So here you don't need to create a Prisma client separately. When you run the command npx prisma migrate dev, after applying migration, it also create or generate a Prisma client that you can see here. So here you will need to know how to use this Prisma client to interact with database. So let's go to the browser, and in the browser type here best practices for Prisma client and hit enter, and open the first link, scroll down, and you see here the code. Copy this code and come back to your Next.js application, and within a Prisma folder create a new file and name this file dbclient.ts, and in this file paste all the code that you have copied. So here you don't need to know about this code. Just know that this code allows you to create a single instance of a Prisma client that you can use anywhere in your Next.js application. Now let's see how to use this Prisma client in our API. So go to your API folder, and here open the route.ts file, and as you can see here we are creating a new product, and then we are pushing this product to a product array. Instead of this, here we want to insert this product or insert this new product into a product table in our database. So first, here at the top, import the Prisma client. Import Prisma, and as you can see, this is coming from dbclient.ts file. So import it, and now you can use this single instance to access the database table or perform operation like create, update, delete. So to create a new product, you can specify command like await, then specify the Prisma client, then dot, and as you can see it has a bunch of functions, or also at the bottom you can see this is the product table that we have created in our database. So let's access it, and after that specify dot, then specify create or access the create method to create a new data. But right now in this tutorial I'm not going to show you how to create a new product or how to create data in your database using this Prisma client. We will learn in a next tutorial because it is going to be very lengthy. So let's recap here what we have done in this tutorial. In this tutorial we learn how to create a table using the Prisma model in a Next.js. So here we define the structure of the table through the model, and as you can see this model contains a different field. These fields resemble to the table of the database. Also, we learn how to specify a default value for a column using the @default attribute, and also learn how to make any column as a primary key column of the table by specifying the @id attribute. Now, to transform this model into a real table in a database, we need to use the command npx prisma migrate dev, and with the option name, we can specify the name of the migration. So when we execute this command, it does two things. First, it creates a migration file containing a SQL command that is executed on a specified database engine. So here we use the MySQL database. So it creates a migration file and apply the migration to the database. So it creates a table named product containing the following columns. And then we also learn we can modify this model and then apply a migration or make a changes to the database. After that, we learn how to set up a Prisma client that allows us to interact with the database. So I hope that you understand what is a model, migration, and Prisma client. In this section, I will show you how to perform CRUD operation, where you will create, read, update, and delete the records from the database using the Prisma client. So let's proceed. Before performing CRUD operation, first I want to modify the model product, and I want to include a extra field, and I will name it category of type string, and rename this field to image like this, and also include one more field which is the title of the product of type string. And here I want to make this description field as an optional field, which means while inserting a data or while inserting a product record in a product table, if you do not specify the description field, it will be a null. That means if you look at the structure of the product table that you can see here, you can see description column. This column cannot be null, which means if you do not provide a value to the description column, then it is going to show error. So maybe sometimes when you insert record, or maybe you have a product which does not have the description, so in that case the description field will be empty for that product. So here we are specifying a question mark after the data type, which means if we do not specify any string value for this field, for this column, then it will not show any error. Now we made some changes, so we need to align these changes with the database e-commerce with the product table. So here specify npx prisma migrate dev, then specify the migration name, add a field, and we have added two fields, category and title, and hit enter. Now let's go back and view the changes. And now as you can see, our product table contain a two extra field, title of the product and the category of the product. So let's go back. Now we will perform a CRUD operation. So we will first learn how to insert data through a Prisma. Come back here in API products and then click on route.ts and remove all this field from here, and also remove this. From the previous video, you learned Prisma provide a Prisma client that you can use to interact with the database. So make sure you have imported the Prisma client at the top of this file. Now come back here, specify here Prisma, then access the table on which you want to create data. So table is product, and then specify dot. As soon as you specify dot, it shows a bunch of functions that you can use. So here we are going to insert a new data into product table, or we can say we are going to create a new data which is related to the product. So access the function create. Now this function takes a objects, and here you're gonna specify the property data. Through this you will specify the data that you want to insert into a product table. So here first thing I want to enter the title, and the title is coming from API endpoint. So here specify body.title like this, because when we send the data through this API, you can see here, as you can see, when we click on send, it sends this JSON data. And here we are receiving a JSON data as a body, you can see here. And then we are creating a new record using the create function on the product table, and we are passing the data that we want to insert into the product table. So here we will await it because it can take time, and it should be a title, which is body.title. Then we have a price, body.price, and after this description, body.description, and then category of the product, which is body.category, and finally image of the product. So image, body.image. And as you can see here, it is showing error, title does not exist, which means currently our Prisma client does not know about the new model field title. So here, first stop the server and then run the command npx prisma generate, and then start the server npm run dev. Now you can see error is gone. So this line create a new data, and let's store it into a variable const new product like this. And now as a response, we will return the newly added product. Now let's go back here and test the API. So as you can see, as JSON, I'm sending this product data. Now here, I want to reduce this description size. Now make sure you are sending this data to add this API endpoint. So click on the send button and wait. Now as you can see, we get a status 201 created, which means we have successfully created or inserted a new product detail into the product table. So let's go in the MySQL workbench and verify it. And in the query editor, run this command, select asterisk from product and click on this. And now you can see we have a new product in the product table, which has ID 1. Now we have inserted a new record in a product table using the post method and through the Prisma client. Now let's see how to retrieve that record from the table into Next.js application. And to retrieve that record, you're going to use the get http method. And in this method, we'll fetch the record from the database. So right now what happens here, we are retrieving a product data from the product array or product data.ts file that we have created. Now we want this detail or this product detail from the product table. So what we will do here, we're going to remove this products array. So remove this, and now also remove it from here. So to fetch all the product data from the product table, you're going to execute the command await prisma dot, then we are going to grab all the data from the product table. So specify the table name here, product. And after that, you need to access the function find many. And this find many function returns all the records from this product table. And let's store all the returned record in a variable called products and return this record as a response. Now let's go back in the browser and refresh this page. Now as you can see, we have only one record in our product table. You can see here, and the title of product is a man's cotton jacket. And you can see we fetch this record in our Next.js application, man's cotton jacket. So this line retrieve all the record from the specified table. So this is how we can access all the records from the database of a specific table. Till now, if you have any confusion related to this API endpoint like a gate or like a Prisma, I would highly recommend you to watch my previous video about how to build API or database integration. Then come back here, you will be able to understand this very clearly. Next, let's see how to update or delete a specific record. So as you can see here, in a product table, we have a single record with ID 1, And suppose you want to update the price, description, or any of this record field. So what you can do, go to the API endpoint where you have specified a put method which allows us to update the data. So here I'm going to remove all this because we don't need this. So remove this, and now here call the Prisma client and access the product table whose record you want to update. And now here call the update method, and this update method will accept two property. First property will be the record that you want to update. So here I want to update a record which has ID equal to 1. So here you can see ID is coming through the parameter or through the URL. So let's open the Thunder client and specify this API endpoint and make sure you select a put as a HTTP method. And as you can see, as a parameter from here, I'm passing and I'm saying I want to update the product with the ID 1. And through a JSON, we are sending this data. We are only updating the product price. So here, increase the product price to 100. And now let's come back to route.ts file. And here, ID will be a params.id. But here you can see string is not assignable to type number, which means when we send this ID from this API endpoint, it is received as a string, you can see here. So we need to convert this string into integer. So in a JavaScript, we have a function parseInt which converts the string into an integer like this. Now in the update function, we have specified that, hey, we want to update the product with the specified ID. Now next, let's provide the data or the detail that we want to update. So here specify data, and within this specify all the properties that you want to update. So you can update any of the properties like a title, description, price. So what we will do here, let's go back here and copy this and come back here, paste it here. Now here we will return the updated product. So this client is going to return a result. We will store that result as a updated products like this. Now we will return this updated product. So here we are calling a update method on the product table through a Prisma client, and then here we are accessing or we are finding the product with the specified ID with the provided ID in the table product, and then we are updating the product field with the given or specified field which exists in the body. So let's go back to Thunder client, and here we are updating the product price to 100 and click on send. We get this error 500 internal server error. Let's fix it. Let's see what is the error. So here syntax error, expected double quoted property name in JSON at position. So remove this one, this comma, and send again. Now we get the status as a 200 OK, which means we have successfully updated the data. So let's go back in the browser and refresh this. As we can see, price is not updated. Let's go back to the database and again retrieve the records, and the price is not updated. So let's go back to this route.ts file and let's see where is the error. And as you can see here, we're grabbing all these properties from the body or destructuring the properties. So specify here only a title, price, description, category, and image. And here we forget to specify await. Now let's again send this and we get 200 OK. Now as you can see, as a result, we get price as a 100. So let's go back in the browser and you can see price is updated to 100. So for that error, we made a mistake. We haven't specified the await here. And then while sending this JSON data, we have specified comma. So we remove these two things to fix the error. Remember this, you can also make this error. So this is how you can update the specific record of a database table. So let's go here and update a price to like a 500 and send this again. And you can see we retrieve a response as a 200 OK, and you can see price is updated to 500. Let's go back in the browser and refresh the page, and now price updated to 500. So this API endpoint is working or interacting with the database as we wanted. Now lastly, let's see how to delete a specific record. Let's say you want to remove the record. So let's remove all this from here. First thing, call the Prisma client, then specify the table name product, and after this, call the function find unique. So this find unique function allows us to find a unique record based on the specified ID of the product or ID of the record. So here specify where we want to find this ID equal to params.id. Convert this params.id into a integer. So call the function parse int and params.id like this, and then store the product ID that you want to delete into the variable product ID like this. So this line will filter the product that you want to delete, and it retrieve the ID of that product and store the ID in this variable product ID. Now again here, call prisma.product.delete method, which deletes the specified product. So here I want to delete where ID equal to product.id like this. So let's remove this ID thing from here. Now it is clear, it is readable. So this line will delete this line deletes the product with the specified ID. So here in the first code, what we are doing, we are accessing or we are finding the record that we want to delete from the product table. For that, we call the find unique function or method and provide the ID which we are passing through this API endpoint, which is 1 in this case. So here it retrieve that product and store that product into this product variable. And after that, we are calling the delete function again on the product table and specifying the ID of the product that we want to delete. Now let's go back here and call the delete API endpoint. So here we want to delete the product which has ID 1. Make sure you select the HTTP method as a delete, and then if you have anything in the body, remove those body and click on send. And you can see we get the status as a 200 OK and a message deleted successfully. Let's go back to the database and retrieve all the record from the product table. And as you can see, the table is empty because in the table we had only one record and we deleted that record. Now let's go back in the browser and you can see the product page is empty. So this is how we can use the Prisma to interact with database to perform a CRUD operation like a create, read, delete, and update the data. Let's recap what we have learned in this tutorial. So here, first, we inserted a new record by calling the create method on the product table, and we pass the record or the data that we want to insert through the data property. Then we retrieve all the record by calling find many method on the product table, and it returns all the record of the product table. Store those record in the products variable that you can see here. And then we perform update or delete operation. So to update, we call the update method on the product table and provided the ID of the product that we want to update and the data that we want to update. Then we called find unique method to find the unique record in the table, and after retrieving that record, We call the delete method on the product table and specified the ID of the product that we want to delete or ID of the record that we want to delete. So I hope that you understand how to perform CRUD operation in a Next.js through a Prisma. So at last I want to say, don't forget to subscribe my YouTube channel, and thank you.